Chapter 992. Level 10 of Undying Chapter 989. Level 10 of Undying Chapter 989. Level 10 of Undying Gu Chansha had created countless fortuitous encounters and all sorts of systems, allowing those who were fated to obtain them to establish empires or become experts. His goal was actually very simple, which was to collect all sorts of data. Furthermore, it was to motivate talented people, allowing them to feel the restraints they were under and finally break through to the transcendent realm, cultivating the Dragonless Heart Sutra and obtaining true spiritual freedom. He had put a lot of thought into it. The reason why he created the River of Fate was to restrain the fate of many people, to let their fate be tempered in the River of Fate so that they could jump out of the River of Fate. This was his goal. He didn't want to control anyone. Of course, with his current cultivation, he didn't need to control anyone, nor did he need to steal anyone. His cultivation method was to give to living beings, and the more he gave, the stronger his cultivation would be. Helping living beings was his cultivation. This was the complete opposite of all cultivation. All cultivation, no matter how orthodox it was plundering. That was because a living being had to absorb things from the outside world from weak to strong. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to achieve anything big. This was the plundering Tao. This was the law of the universe, the rules of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, every living being was born with sin, karma, good and evil. As long as you were born, with each breath you took, you would grow stronger, and with each moment you lived, you would do evil. Only by cultivating the Dragonless Heart Sutra could one become self-sufficient, not relying on anything and exist independently, eliminating karma and good and evil. There was no fate or fate. Li Rufeng, the emperor of the Great Tang Empire, wanted to get rid of Gu Chencha's control, so he thought of many methods and racked his brains to stimulate his wisdom and increase his luck. This situation would clearly appear in the River of Fate. However, Great Tang Emperor Li Rufeng's fate wasn't the strongest in the River of Fate. The strongest was naturally a two-headed dragon. That was the fate of the fourth Gu Huasha and the Emperor of Heaven. Next was Zhang Yirun. This person had been cleansed by Gu Chansha and had also fused with that terrifying will and all of the ancient Tao Immortal's mutated source energy. After cultivating, he had already reached the heaven realm and was also called Ancestor E. He was already on equal footing with Zhang Ziren, even though he was the crown prince of the great dynasty. But now that he had risen up, even Zhang Ziren could not do anything to him and could not suppress him at all. The second was the Grand Plume Sand, known as the Taoist ancestor. She also had the will of that terrible thing inside her. This bestowed her with extremely tyrannical fate energy. After that, it was the turn of other experts, such as Liu Baiwei, Zhuge Ye, Wen Hong, Dharma Saint, Wu Dangkong, and Lu Chansha. Fa Wuxian's fate energy is growing so quickly. Just as Gu Chansha was observing the River of Fate, an inconspicuous little snake was quietly growing. That little snake was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gradually, it became a large python, and then a large venomous snake. The large venomous snake began to grow horns and claws, and had already taken the form of a flood dragon. This little snake's fate energy was Fa Wuxian's. Letting Fa Wuxian and the others leave Eternal World was originally Gu Chencha's plan. He had deliberately let Zhang Yirun save them, because this person would be very useful in the future. At the final moment of the collapse, countless people would have fortuitous encounters. If there were more people like this, then the fate energy would be even more attractive, and the more they would be able to divide the power of that terrible thing. For example, if it weren't for Fa Wuxian and the others, then the terrifying thing produced by the collapse of the Heavenly Daos and Gu Taxian would be much more powerful because it wouldn't have a share. When the dragons rose up and fought with each other, the fate energy would clash. When the collapse occurred, everyone would be able to obtain the energy of the collapse, and that terrifying thing would be greatly weakened. This was Gu Chencha's strategy. At that time, many experts with fate energy would obtain the energy of the collapse. Although many powerful existences would be born, the situation would still be under control. What he was afraid of was that terrifying thing absorbing all the energy of the collapse. At that time, even Gu Qinsha wouldn't have the confidence to suppress it. The big snake is a python. The big python is a venomous snake. The great venomous snake is a flood dragon. And the flood dragon is a dragon. Fa Wuxian's fate energy grew from a little snake to a big snake, then to a python, then to a venomous snake, and now it's actually going to become a flood dragon. It's really unstoppable. From this, it can be seen that his fate energy hasn't been completely cut off. Instead, it's being suppressed by me in Eternal World. It seems he'll soon become an ancestor. Moreover, he can even cause some other ancestors to fall. Gu Qinsha observed again, and an amused expression appeared on his face. He observed the river of fate and could see through all kinds of fate in the world. No one could escape his control. The appearance of fate energy in the river of fate was a person's entire life, and even the things that would happen in the future. Let's see what realm Fa Wuxian will grow to. It seems like his future is boundless. This test subject is a bit interesting. Perhaps he will challenge me at the most crucial moment. Gu Qinsha observed this flood dragon's fate energy that was about to transform. He sped up the river of fate and suddenly discovered that Fa Wuxian had actually devoured many huge existences. Moreover, Fa Wuxian's fate energy was flickering nonstop, as if it was about to jump out. Gu Qinsha was extremely curious about this. As he observed, all kinds of variables flickered, fusing into his own dragonless sutra, grasping all kinds of changes in the past, present, and future, as well as the complete operation of the fate of all living beings. This experience was extremely important to him. There would always be some variables in life that surpassed his original estimation. This feeling made him feel like he was the heavenly Tao facing a variable. In the past, when the heavenly Tao still existed, it couldn't control all living beings. At that time, there were also many variables that became heavenly venerables. But now, Gu Qinsha had created the river of fate, controlling everything, but there would always be some fish that slipped through the net. This was also within his expectations. This was something new to him, and it was worth studying. As Gu Qinsha read these experiences, his cultivation base became higher and higher. He could feel that his immortal realm had reached level 8 of the immortal realm, the highest peak of the immortal realm. He was half a step into level 9 of the immortal realm. Now, he only lacked a crucial change, and he would be able to step into this realm. The variable that suddenly appeared in Fa Wuxian was like a catalyst. This test subject's experience was also an accumulation for Gu Qinsha to break through to Undying Realm level 9, Undying Realm. With this accumulation, Gu Qinsha could break through to Undying Realm level 9, Undying Realm. Moreover, breaking through to Undying Realm level 9, Undying Realm wasn't his end goal. He felt that there was still a realm above Undying Realm level 9. Ever since he created the River of Fate, he started the deepest level of meditation. Although he didn't reach Undying Realm in the end, he still made some predictions and deductions about his future path. I've already calculated the level of the Supreme Immortal. As long as I have the right opportunity, I'll be able to break through completely. Breaking through to this level shouldn't be a problem. However, even if I reach the 9th level, the Supreme Immortal, it won't be the highest peak. According to Gu Qinsha's assumption, the 10th level is the truly mysterious level. As Gu Qinsha continued to calculate, his dragonless mental cultivation technique flashed, forming layers of light. It was like a pagoda, from big to small, divided into 10 levels of Undying Realm. The first level was the Void Immortal Realm, which was enormous and used as the foundation. The second level was the Minute Immortal Realm. The third was the Minor Immortal Realm. The fourth was the Intermediate Immortal Realm. The fifth was the Great Immortal Realm. The sixth was the Eternal Immortal Realm. The seventh was the True Immortal Realm. The eighth was the Undecaying Immortal Realm. and the ninth was the supreme immortal realm. And level 10 was a realm that was hard to understand. Gu Chincha's dragonless mental cultivation technique formed the highest level of the pagoda. On it, countless fate energy, matter, fate, world, living beings, and things that didn't exist were brewing and rumbling. Finally, Gu Qinsha moved. He opened his eyes, which were unprecedentedly clear. I finally understand the realm after Undying Realm. What is level 10 of Undying Realm? It's not Undying Realm, nor is it Undying Realm. It's indescribable and indescribable. If I had to force myself to call it Undying Realm, I would call it Undying Realm. As soon as the words Undying Realm came out of his mouth, the pagoda shone brightly. Then it dispersed and entered Gu Chincha's body, turning into rays of light. These rays of light were not light, nor were they not light. It was a realm that no one could understand. Gu Qinsha had finally planned out his future path. In the Undying Realm, the first 8 levels were all Undying Realm, while the 9th level was Undying Realm. As for level 10, it wasn't Undying Realm, nor was it Undying Realm. In other words, it was still possible to call this realm Undying Realm. Only when Gu Qinsha understood the true secret of Undying Realm could he understand what level 10 was. Of course, understanding was one thing. It was still extremely difficult to reach this realm, let alone level 10 of Undying Realm. Even level 9 of Undying Realm had not been successfully cultivated by anyone. Heaven's Will and Gu Taxian's realm was only level 8 of Undying Realm. Gu Qinsha understood what the 10th level of the Immortal Realm was. At least in terms of realm, he had completely surpassed his father, Gu Taxian, and the Heavenly Path. However, his current strength was still half level 9 Undying Realm. It was just that the bottleneck of Undying Realm was even smaller for him. He had absolute confidence in breaking through in one go. As for his grasp of the future, Gu Qinsha had a clearer understanding of many paths and changes. His figure disappeared as he moved on to the next plan. In another place in the human world, there was a huge ocean with towering waves. Countless islands floated in the ocean. Each of these islands was equivalent to a continent, almost as big as the Divine Continent and the 4 wildernesses combined. The people living on the islands all felt that they were the center of the world, and thus formed many small countries. Fa Wuxian appeared. He looked coldly at the many giant continents in the ocean and said, "If my calculations are correct, there are great fortuitous encounters in these continents that have obtained the yin-yang system, 8 trigram system, 5-element system, and so on. Although these systems are not as good as the karma system, fate system, and good and evil system, if I can obtain all of them, I will also have great achievements. Gu Qinsha, oh Gu Qinsha, I will definitely let you know what regret is." Chapter 993. Devour Ancestor Without Immortality Chapter 990. Devour Ancestor Without Immortality Chapter 990. Devour Ancestor Without Immortality. The space between Fa Wuxian's eyebrows suddenly separated, and another eye appeared. This eye was extremely ferocious. It was filled with cruelty, viciousness, ferocity, hatred, hostility, and all sorts of negative emotions. Fa Wuxian was no longer human. He was the source of all destruction, the embodiment of all darkness. Resentment, vile spawn, all of these manifested the absolute essence of his body. This was Fa Wuxian. Gu Qinsha, even though you imprisoned me in the eternal world and made me lose all my power, I didn't stay idle during my time as an ordinary person. I finally comprehended the deepest hatred in my heart and formed this eye of hatred. In 100 years since I entered the human world, I used this hatred to push my cultivation to the peak of the heaven origin realm. Fa Wuxian said, "Right now, I'm going to keep devouring everything and condense a technique that surpasses your Dragonless Heart Sutra. All of my life force will be focused on the Tao of destruction, the Supreme Tao." Fa Wuxian moved and landed on a continent above the ocean. This continent was extremely prosperous. Many countries coexisted, fighting and plotting against each other. There were cultivators on this continent too, but the continent was still in the era of the immortal Tao civilization. There was no technological civilization, so the common people lived in the feudal era. On this continent, apart from the countries, there were also many immortal Tao sects. These immortal Tao sects controlled many countries and made the emperors of those countries offer sacrifices and collect the power of faith. The Fallen Immortal sect was such a sect. The Fallen Immortal sect was in the west of the Kuan-Yin continent and controlled dozens of countries. The Kuan-Yin continent was extremely vast. There were dozens of immortal Tao sects and thousands of countries on it. The situation was complicated. The Fallen Immortal sect was a mid-tier immortal Tao sect on the Kuan-Yin continent. The sect master was called Fallen Immortal Taoist. He was a God realm expert, someone who had created a world with the 30 changes of the Tao realm. In the depths of the Fallen Immortal sect was a small world. Such a sect was less than a speck of dust in the human world, but it was a giant force in the Kuan-Yin continent. Clap, 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 clap. At the lowest level of the Fallen Immortal sect, there were rows of houses where the servants lived. At this time, many servant disciples were watching the fight in the square. A handsome servant youth was tied to a pillar and was being whipped by an outer sect disciple. Wherever the whip went, blood splattered. Not long after, there wasn't a single intact piece of flesh on the youth's body. But the young man didn't say a word. He was incomparably unyielding, and he kept on cursing, "Li Hu, you framed me. That thing was actually stolen by you. You stole something from a sect and put it in my room. You're clearly framing me. Damn thing, you stole the sect's medicinal pills, and now you dare to spout nonsense here." Li Hu, the outer sect disciple, kept whipping him until he had no strength left. "Guards, lock this damned little bastard up in the sect's jail. Once the higher-ups give their verdict, we'll make him beg for death, but he won't be able to." Immediately, a few servant disciples came and tied the youth up, dragging him into the jail in the back of the mountain. When he was locked up, the servant disciples said, "Yi Tian, do you know why you offended Lord Li Hu? It was because of Fairy Su Xia. Last time, you served her and showed off your literary skills. Do you really think you can reach the heavens in one step? You don't know that's the path to death. Just wait for your death." These servant disciples didn't seem to like Yi Tian's showing off. "You bunch of lackeys, just wait until I get rich. I'll definitely tear you all to pieces." Yi Tian let out a long howl like a wounded beast. "Rich? You're about to die without a burial. You'll either be fed to the beasts or become a medicine man. You'll beg for death." The servant disciples laughed and left the jail. Yi Tian howled again. "I, Yi Tian, will definitely become famous. I won't die here." Ding dong. At that moment, a voice rang out in Yi Tian's mind. Yin-Yang system activated. Host comprehends Yin-Yang and raises cultivation. Gather the Yin-Yang energy in the world and gather everything. Gather Yin-Yang to create everything. Hung Long. Yi Tian's cultivation climbed, and in a flash, he stepped into the Tao realm. 1 transformation, 2 transformations, 3 transformations. He reached 36 transformations right away before stopping at the peak of embodiment transformation. What? This is my cultivation? Our fallen celestial sect leader is only at 30 transformations. I'm actually 6 realms higher than him? I, Yi Tian, will dominate the fallen celestial sect and make everyone bow to me. Yi Tian was about to attack. But at that moment, a person appeared in front of him. It was F.A. Wuxian. F.A. Wuxian looked at Yi Tian, and a cold smile appeared on his face. After waiting for so long, the Yin-Yang system has finally been born. To think that it would fall into the hands of a person like you. Logically speaking, you should have been able to achieve great things and have many beauties. What a waste, what a waste. Who are you? Die. Yi Tian waved his hand, and a spatial shockwave shot towards F.A. Wuxian. F.A. Wuxian grabbed out and shattered the spatial ripples. Then, he pressed his hand down on Yi Tian's head. In an instant, Yi Tian's cultivation base dropped. Very quickly, he returned to the state he was in before the fortuitous encounter. Then, an yin-yang diagram formed by yin-yang energy flew out. This was the yin-yang system's main body, and it entered F.A. Wuxian's body. Kid, I won't kill you, but you will probably die. This is because you won't have any fortuitous encounters, and your fate will be tragic. Your sect won't let you off. You obtained a fortuitous encounter, and this fate was arranged by Gu Qinsha, but I will destroy that fate. This will also weaken Gu Qinsha's fate. F.A. Wuxian laughed out loud and disappeared. Yi Tian laid limp on the ground. On the morning of the second day, a few servant disciples entered and dragged Yi Tian out like wolves. Yi Tian roared, but it was useless. He was escorted into a room, which was filled with human skin, skeletons, and many poisons. There were many people whose faces had been changed beyond recognition, and they were wailing in pain. There were also a few people who were concocting medicine. This servant is called Yi Tian. He stole the sect's pills, and his crime is unforgivable. The sect has decided to use this disciple as a test subject. Okay, I have developed a poison. Let's test it on him. Yi Tian was forced to consume the poison, and instantly, his screams made one's hair stand on end. His fate has been destroyed. In the river of fate, Gu Qinsha was observing. Just now, a small snake had been rapidly expanding and was about to become a huge snake, but it had been devoured by a flood dragon. F.A. Wuxian devoured the person who obtained the yin-yang system. I created this yin-yang system to create a person who could balance yin and yang, to calculate yin and yang to the extreme. It could be considered a small tributary of fate. After F.A. Wuxian devoured it, he destroyed my river of fate. Actually, it's nothing much. I want to see how he grows. In another continent on the sea, in the Honglong continent, there was an illegitimate son of the royal family who was being hunted down. But as he was being hunted down, the five elements system suddenly descended from the sky and landed on this prince. The prince was about to go on a killing spree when F.A. Wuxian descended and took away his system, causing the illegitimate prince to be hacked to death and sink into the river. In Gudong continent, in a huge college, there was a young man who was deceived by a woman but obtained the 8 trigram system. However, it was also plundered by F.A. Wuxian. In the end, this young man was killed by the students of the college. In a row, more than 10 people who should have had fortuitous encounters were all plundered by F.A. Wuxian, their fate and fate devoured. Gu Qinsha continued to devour like this for an entire year. Gu Qinsha had been observing F.A. Wuxian's changes through the River of Destiny. All of a sudden, F.A. Wuxian's Fate Flood Dragon started to evolve in the River of Fate, becoming a true dragon. And in the depths of the human realm's ocean, F.A. Wuxian was deep in a trench. A devouring power surged out from his body. After that, all of his heavenly primordial cultivation base began to gather and condense. Undying power surged, and waves of heaven realm aura were born within his body. In an instant, F.A. Wuxian had reached the heaven realm. He had also reached the 7th level of the immortal realm, the true immortal realm. After level 7 of immortal realm, one could gather power and undergo a transformation. Then, by chance, one could reach heaven realm and form a heaven realm within one's body. This realm could be called ancestor. From now on, I am also an ancestor. I am ancestor devouring. Devour everything. Devour Gu Qinsha. Devour the human world. Devour the heaven Tao. Devour Gu Taxian. F.A. Wuxian said, Progenitor Devourer is me. I am Progenitor Devourer. Up until now, there are Progenitor Wu, Progenitor Run, Progenitor Dao, Progenitor Tian, Progenitor Law, Progenitor E, and Progenitor E. Now there is me, Progenitor Devourer, and I, Progenitor Devourer, will devour all of them. As he spoke, F.A. Wuxian disappeared in an instant. Ancestor Devouring is born good. Gu Qinsha nodded. F.A. Wuxian is the Ancestor Devouring, the Tao of Devouring. After that terrifying thing was born, it focused on devouring. It devoured everything and fused it into its stomach. Since F.A. Wuxian calls it Ancestor Devouring, It is equivalent to splitting the fate of that terrifying thing. That was tantamount to splitting the fate of that terrifying thing, and it could weaken that terrifying thing in the future. However, its fate still can escape from my river of fate. Other than ancestor devouring, there will be many more ancestors. 3,000 ancestors will be gathered. When that time comes, it will truly collapse. Chapter 994. Chapter 991. The Net Chapter 991. The Net Fa Wuxian devoured the yin and yang system, the 5-element system, and the 8-trigram system, taking away the fortuitous encounters of many people with great fortune. Although this was a small deviation in Guchinch's plan, it didn't matter much because the River of Destiny would adjust itself at any time to eliminate the variables. This was also the River of Destiny's basic ability. The current situation in the human world was quite complicated. There were 6 huge countries: Qin, Han, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and the human dynasty. There were also many forces, mystic realms, sects, small countries, continents, and some species born in the space faults. Outside of the human world, there was the God realm, immortal realm, demon realm, monster realm, heavenly court, underworld, and everlasting world. When these structures were combined, it was simply a mess. But in this mess, the line of destiny could be seen clearly. No matter how strong the existence in the River of Destiny was, they couldn't jump out of the River of Destiny. Ever since Gu Chansha comprehended the 10th level of the immortal realm, it was tantamount to planning the theoretical knowledge for his future path. Although he couldn't reach it immediately, he had already started to surpass the heavenly Tao and ancient immortal treading. The first level of immortality was neither immortality nor immortality. It was a realm that didn't exist but didn't exist. No one had ever reached this realm since ancient times. No one had ever thought that Gu Chansha was actually constructing the theoretical knowledge of this realm. In other words, if he succeeded, everyone in the future would have the hope of reaching this realm. The creation of a realm wasn't the creation of one's own realm. It was the creation of a path so that future generations could follow it. This was the real Tao. I'm the one who created the current situation in the human world. I've created countless fortuitous encounters and given birth to countless powerful existences, but this is only a small matter. The instant the heavenly Tao and Father completely collapse, the situation in the world will change once more, and the River of Destiny I created will completely collapse under such circumstances. Gu Chansha calculated in his mind. If that's the case, then for the final arrangement, I will add another flame to this great world. Everlasting world, merge with the human world. He moved his mind. Rumble. The gigantic Everworld was activated and directly entered the human realm, fusing with the human realm's crystal wall. Many of the leaders of Yongjia received Gu Chinch's will, but they didn't panic at all. From now on, Yongjia would become a country in the human world, which was called Yonko. The human realm was too big. Even if the everlasting world merged with the human realm, it did not cause any movement. All of you, come down and join the human world. Gu Chansha looked at the God world, immortal world, devil world, demon world, and underworld. With a thought, these worlds deviated from their orbits and started falling into the human world. Damn it! In the underworld, the king of earth was cultivating. Countless power of worship gathered above his head. He had reached the 7th level of the immortal realm, the immortal realm. However, this immortal power seemed to have not matured enough. It could not be used to reach the heaven realm. Now many people have stepped into the heaven realm, such as Zhang Ziren, Lu Chansha, Hong Ling Sha, and even Dharma Saint. They were far weaker than me. But now, all of them have surpassed me. This is too much. Why can't I step into the heaven realm? I am the king of earth, second only to the emperor of heaven. But now I have fallen behind so many people. I want to break through to the heaven realm, condense a heaven realm in my body, and have the supreme power of the heaven realm. The king of earth said, when that time comes, I will be the earth ancestor. What's going on? What's going on? At this moment, the entire underworld shook violently. It was completely out of control. All the leaders of the underworld gathered in front of the king of Earth's throne. The underworld suddenly deviated from its track and is bordering the human world. We can't control the underworld at all. Lord King of Earth, what's going on? Li Wanlong was surprised. Li Wanlong was originally the king of 10,000 demons, but he was subdued by the king of Earth and became one of the Yama kings. In these years, he had helped the underworld to do many things, and his cultivation had progressed very quickly. However, he was still far behind those ancestors who had advanced to the heaven realm. I also don't know what's going on. The king of Earth frowned. He tried his best to circulate his own power and combine it with the underworld, but the underworld did not listen to his command. Let me tell you why. In the underworld, suddenly, a person appeared. This person's figure was revealed. It was actually F.A. Wuxian. It's you, F.A. Wuxian. You actually advanced to the heaven realm? What ancestor do you call me? When the king of Earth saw this person, he suddenly became vigilant. I am the devouring ancestor. I devour the heavens, devour everything. F.A. Wuxian said, but I am here today not to devour you, king of Earth. As long as you listen to my arrangements, I will not kill you. F.A. Wuxian, you are simply lawless. The heavenly court and the underworld are a pair. Do you really think that the heavenly court will not take action against me? If there is no underworld, the heavenly court will not be the heavenly court. The king of Earth was furious. King of Earth, you are too naive. Now, even the Emperor of Heaven can't protect himself. F.A. Wuxian looked at the king of Earth as if he was looking at a dead man. You see, Dharma Saint, Ming Fei Wu Dankong have both betrayed the Emperor of Heaven. Moreover, the immortal realm, demon realm, and demon realm have all descended to the human realm and merged with the human realm. The human realm will become even more complicated. If you do not rely on a powerful person, I am afraid that you will be killed by others. You still haven't told me how the underworld merged with the human realm. While stalling for time, the king of Earth began to contact the heavenly court. However, to his disappointment, there was no response from the heavenly court. It was as if they had disappeared. This is Gu Chencha's doing. His strength is not something that we can understand. We are now in the heaven realm. He may have already reached the heavenly Tao realm. F.A. Wuxian looked at the king of Earth's petty actions. It was as if he was watching a child performing a clumsy performance. After being unable to contact the heavenly court again and again, the king of Earth was extremely nervous. However, he still pretended to be calm and said, F.A. Wuxian, we can talk. There is no need to talk. F.A. Wuxian sneered. King of Earth, now that things have come to this, you are still playing tricks in front of me? Do you really think that you are an immortal emperor? Since that is the case, I will let you be a dead man. While speaking, F.A. Wuxian suddenly moved. A huge mouth appeared behind him. This mouth revealed the supreme Tao of devouring. At this moment, the entire underworld was enveloped by F.A. Wuxian's big mouth. Myriad of hell, limitless universe, break for me. In an instant, the king of Earth felt a huge threat. His body erupted with unparalleled power. Layers of hell's devil domain's power appeared behind him. Unfortunately, these powers were not worth mentioning in front of F.A. Wuxian's Tao of devouring. All the power and attack methods were melted and devoured. In the end, the king of Earth was gasping for breath, as if he had lost all his cultivation. King of Earth, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. I am determined to learn from Gu Chencha's lesson. After Gu Chansha captured his enemies, he would cripple their cultivation. As an ordinary person, he didn't kill them. Instead, he gave them a chance to turn over a new leaf. This is how I managed to survive. If Gu Chansha killed me, nothing would have happened. It would have been very safe. But now that he has released me, it allowed me to cultivate to the heaven realm and become the ancestor devouring. In the future, I will kill him completely and let him know how big of a mistake it was to let me go. Similarly, I will not let you go. F.A. Wuxian looked at the king of Earth who was defeated by him. You trash, how dare you reject me? Naturally, I will not give you any chance. Let me go, let me go. I am a member of the heavenly court. If you kill me, even the Emperor of Heaven will not let you go. The King of Earth was still struggling at death's door. Don't worry, I will also devour the Emperor of Heaven. He won't be able to live for long. Actually, I am most concerned about the Tao of reincarnation in your body. I will refine you in the underworld into a reincarnation system. Then, I will be able to combine with the other systems in my body and finally become my own devouring system. At that time, I will be able to break away from Gu Chen's control, making Gu Chen unable to do anything to me. Fa Wuxian fiercely grabbed the King of Earth's body. Under this powerful pressure, the King of Earth's body gradually shrunk. In the end, he became a 3-inch man and fell into the palm of Fa Wuxian. Spare me. Spare me. I am willing to serve you. I am willing to become your sacrificial person. From now on, I will no longer be disloyal. If you kill me, you will just be killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. If you obtain my sacrificial power, you will be able to refine the immortal realm for a long time. You have already reached the heaven realm, but the heaven realm in your body has just been condensed. You still need a large amount of sacrificial power to enrich the heaven realm. Otherwise, you will not be able to display the true power of the heaven realm. The King of Earth made a final struggle. My Tao of devouring will never stop. You're completely wrong. I don't want any sacrificial power. My goal is to devour everything. I don't want to be a long-term Tao. After devouring you, I'll devour others. In the end, I'll devour everyone. My world will naturally grow stronger. Why would I need to do the Tao of nurturing? That is not my character. In one gulp, Fa Wuxian devoured the King of Earth. Then, he inhaled again. Suddenly, all the Yin gods in the underworld were sucked into his mouth. Finally, his power began to corrode the entire underworld. Chapter 995. In just 1 second, he had memorized the wonderful pop-up window. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Chapter 992. A world Fa Wuxian devoured the Emperor of Earthly Realm, an entity with immense destiny. Then he devoured the Yama kings of the underworld, the Judo in deities, Oxhead, Horseface, judges of death, Anitya, and others. Granny Ming. All of them were sucked into his stomach. In fact, the entire underworld was filled with his power. The entire underworld was a supreme treasure second only to the heavenly court. All these years, the earthly sovereign had painstakingly built it up. He wanted to be independent and become the earth ancestor. As long as he reached the heaven realm, he would leave the heavenly court and establish his own business. But just as he was about to reach the heaven realm, Fa Wuxian appeared and took the opportunity to refine this person. Underworld, reincarnation, rumble. Fa Wuxian activated the power of his heaven realm. This power trembled, changed, shook, and directly enveloped the underworld. Then, under this power, the underworld began to collapse and dissolve. Finally, the underworld was in a state of collapse and turned into a sticky liquid. The underworld was divided into many spaces. It was once the bottomless, demonic domain of the heaven realm. No one knew how many layers there were in the demonic domain, and each layer was vast and boundless. There were countless demons in it. After the earthly sovereign was born, these demons became the resources for the growth of the underworld. After the underworld was formed, it also formed a concept of reincarnation in the human world, capturing souls and judging them for reincarnation. Over time, it created a kind of faith and worship. In this way, the power of worship condensed, causing the underworld to expand again. It increased the cultivation of the earthly sovereign by a lot. Unfortunately, all of it became a gift for Fa Wuxian. Crack. The underworld finally melted and turned into a liquid. It turned into a long river and flowed through the heaven realm in Fa Wuxian's body. After obtaining this long river, Fa Wuxian's heaven realm grew at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. The gods of the underworld, the countless living beings, the countless ghosts, all became his resources. Reincarnation system born. Fa Wuxian fled into the space-time turbulence, found a secret location, and began to operate the celestial realm inside of him. As it wriggled, the earthly emperor and the other experts of the underworld began to transform, becoming a huge data system. This system stabilized in Fa Wuxian's celestial realm. This was the reincarnation system. Fa Wuxian had devoured the yin-yang system, the five-element system, and the eight trigram system. Now he had devoured the experts of the underworld and the earthly sovereign to form the reincarnation system. Then, these systems revolved in the heaven realm within his body, gradually merging together. In the heaven realm within his body, there were no living beings at all. It was different from the other heaven realms. Originally, if an extreme expert cultivated to the heavenly realm, they would have to painstakingly manage their own heavenly realm. They would have to create countless living beings in the heavenly realm and raise them. They would have to sincerely worship and enrich the heavenly realm. Then, they would have to make the heavenly realm orderly. This was the same as managing the minor thousand realms, medium thousand realms, and great thousand realms. However, managing the heavenly realm was extremely difficult. It was hundreds of trillions of times more complicated than the great thousand realms. Moreover, along with the management of the heavenly realm, when it reached its limit, it would be able to evolve a trace of the heavenly way's power. With the heavenly way's power, when fighting against others, one's skill would definitely be a notch higher. Finally, if the heavenly realm was managed well, one would be able to advance to the heavenly way's realm. This was also calculated by Gu Qinsha's Dragonless Heart Sutra. Gradually, it spread to the human realm, causing many experts to understand this principle of cultivation. If it wasn't for Gu Qinsha, not to mention reaching the heavenly realm, it would be impossible for people to reach the heavenly primordial realm. At the very most, it would be the heavenly longevity realm. However, Gu Qinsha appeared out of nowhere and spread the Dragonless Heart Sutra to every big space and every world in the universe. Many people learned the Dragonless Heart Sutra and comprehended their own principles. Then, they advanced to a very high realm. Even the Emperor of Heaven reached the 8th level of the immortal realm because of cultivating the Dragonless Heart Sutra. If it wasn't for the Dragonless Heart Sutra, the Emperor of Heaven wouldn't have been able to reach this realm. Therefore, Gu Qinsha had always been opening up a path for people to cultivate. Even the Emperor of Heaven had to walk the path he opened up. If Gu Taxian was still here, he would probably also praise his son for being so powerful. Ever since Gu Qinsha comprehended the 10th level of the immortal realm, without being and without immortality, although he didn't cultivate it successfully, he had already surpassed Gu Taxian in terms of theory, let alone the heavenly way. Right now, he himself was in the heavenly ways realm. He could advance to the 9th level of the immortal realm without immortality at any time. However, he was still lacking some experience. When the time was right, success was just around the corner. At this moment, Fa Wuxian was transforming. His cultivation was getting stronger and stronger. He was hiding in a node of the space-time turbulence, thinking that no one could find him. However, all his changes were clearly displayed in the River of Fate, and Gu Qinsha could see them clearly. This Fa Wuxian has absorbed many systems. Now he has absorbed the underworld and cultivated the reincarnation system. Then he will combine the yin-yang system, the five-element system, and the 8 trigram system together with the reincarnation system to form the devouring system. This means that he has his own principles and wants to get rid of my control. However, this is just wishful thinking. Gu Qinsha obtained a lot of data and experience from Fa Wuxian's changes. These data and experience were slowly integrated into the Dragonless Heart Sutra, making the Dragonless Heart Sutra more abundant. An extremely strong devouring power emerged from Fa Wuxian's body. The entire heaven realm in Fa Wuxian's body had become a system, and that was the devouring system. Haha! Fa Wuxian suddenly stood up. After people cultivate the heaven realm, they painstakingly try to comprehend the heavenly way's power and reach the heavenly way's realm. Unfortunately, this is just sticking to the rules, and it is useless. I have turned my heaven realm into the devouring system. Everything is being devoured. Devouring, destruction, and creation are all within my body. I am the one who can surpass everything. After all, I, the devouring ancestor, am invincible. As he spoke, his body moved, and he returned to the human world. At this moment, the immortal world, demon world, immortal world, and demon world had all descended and merged with the human world. Now, apart from the heavenly court, all the other worlds had merged with the human world. In the entire universe, there was only one world, and that was the human world. Not good. The lord of the immortal world, Jiang Chuan, had been controlling the immortal world and cultivating. He also wanted to cultivate to the heaven realm and become a celestial ancestor. However, the moment the immortal world and the human world merged, a huge devouring power swept over, and he was directly devoured. Then he saw F.A. Wuxian's face. F.A. Wuxian, it's you. Before dying, he did not dare to believe it. Since I am called F.A. Wuxian, there is no celestial. As the lord of the immortal world, you were naturally devoured by me. It is a pity that I was unable to devour the immortal world and merge it with the human world. Jiang Chuan, you were originally Gu Qinsha's subordinate. If you had not betrayed Gu Qinsha, you would not have died. It is a pity that you were short-sighted and could not see people clearly. You followed some emperor heaven and ended up like this. F.A. Wuxian devoured the lord of the immortal world, Jiang Chuan, and even some other people. After devouring Jiang Chuan, F.A. Wuxian looked at some other places. I want to devour the Maha God, the Great Spirit God, and Huayao Sha, but there is no rush. I should attack Gu Qinsha's subordinates. Gu Qinsha's subordinates, Zhuge, Wenhong, and even Liu Baiwei, will be devoured by me. Of course, the one I want to devour the most is the Dharma Saint. I am from the Dharma Saint and have countless connections with the Dharma Saint. The Dharma Saint is my ancestor. If I devour the Dharma Saint, I can incorporate the true essence of law into the Tao of devouring. The Dharma Saint is now spell ancestor. If I fight him face to face, it will be difficult to devour him, but my cultivation should be above his. In an instant, F.A. Wuxian returned to the court. On the surface, he was still Zhang Yiren's subordinate. The world has changed. The heavenly court has fallen. The divine world has merged with the human world. Many gods have dispersed. The great spirit god was trembling. His cultivation was still at the sky origin realm. Although he had made progress over the years, he had not reached the heavenly realm. He had not even reached the 7th level of the immortal realm. After so many years of hard work, he had only reached the 6th level of the immortal realm. Seeing many experts surpass him in comprehension, the mighty miracle god was very anxious in his heart. But there was nothing he could do. In the past, he had benefited from everywhere and dominated the world. But now, he was completely lost. This made him think about how to improve his cultivation. Do I have to wait for an opportunity? Wait for an opportunity for the Emperor of Heaven to change? At this moment, in the heavenly court, it was cold and quiet. There was no longer the bustling scene of the past where immortals gathered. The Emperor of Heaven was still sitting on the throne. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Master of Sun Moon Hua Mingsha walked over. Your Majesty, the divine world, immortal world, demon world, and monster world have all been pulled into the human world by a force. The underworld has disappeared. The earthly sovereign is also missing. Now, the heavenly court's forces have been almost wiped out. Even some heavenly kings have left their posts. The heavenly court is no longer the heavenly court. What should we do? Easy. You go down too. The heavenly court does not need any immortal officials. The Emperor of Heaven said, one more thing. The divine world, immortal world, demon world, monster world, and the underworld are all driven by Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha merged his eternal world with the human world. From now on, there's only one world, the human world. But the underworld and the earthly sovereign have been devoured by F.A. Wuxian. Be careful of him. He can be used. After all, he is Gu Qinsha's enemy. Chapter 996. Remember in 1 second. Pen? Writing, learning this is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Chapter 993. New Fate. Your Majesty, you're the only one left in the heavenly court. Hua Mingsha was created by the celestial monarch. She was truly loyal and had no selfishness. You'll have a great opportunity in the future. Wait for it. Don't miss it. Bring the stars to the lower world. The Emperor of Heaven waved. Immediately, a powerful force sent Hua Mingsha into the human realm. Then, the heavenly court was completely sealed, and no traces of her could be found. In the future, those who are fated will enter the heavenly court by chance and obtain divine arts and cultivation. The heavenly court will become an eternal legend and hope. It will not truly appear in the world. The incarnation of the heavenly court will become hope, existing in the hearts of people. In everyone's hearts, when they are in despair, when they have lost everything, they will look to the heavenly court as their last hope. This is the meaning of the heavenly court's existence, and also the sublimation of the heavenly court. The Emperor of Heaven's voice appeared in Hua Mingsha's ears. After you descend, no matter what you do, you can spread this idea. The heavenly court is where hope is. As long as people have hope, the heavenly court will exist forever. It will appear in people's hearts. This was the Emperor of Heaven's Tao, the Tao of salvation, the Tao of hope, the Tao of redemption, the final spark. The moment the celestial arch concealed the heavenly court, he seemed to have comprehended some kind of powerful spell and cultivation base. In the river of fate, the two-headed dragon's fate energy suddenly increased. One of its heads swelled, revealing sharp teeth. It looked like it was going to bite off the other head. Not bad, not bad. The Emperor of Heaven's strength has increased dramatically and hasn't been weakened by the weakening of the heavenly court. Incredible. If he devours the fourth and fuses them, he might be able to draw on his destiny and jump out of my river of fate. Still, the fourth isn't easy to deal with. He's been an Ahility ancestor for a long time, and he's learned the path of immortality. I wonder if he can enter the 9th level of immortality? Gu Chensha observed the river of fate. The river of destiny was in his palm. A long river flickered incessantly. All living beings, the void time, and everything else were shrouded by the long river. However, the speed of the long river's flow was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It was as if the future was being distorted. There was a great power resisting Gu Dusha's control. Gu Chensha knew that the terrifying thing was about to be born. Whoosh! Gu Chensha tossed the river of fate away, and his body moved. He arrived at a place that no one else could reach. This was a deep and serene place that did not exist in any time or space. It was a place that did not exist in any time or space. This space was infinitely vast, as if it was the origin of everything. The chaos in the past was huge, but it was nothing in front of this place. This place couldn't be described as big, because there was no concept of size, time, and space. There was a terrifying will everywhere in this place. In the center, there was a wriggling thing that was many times bigger than the human world. This thing wasn't material, wasn't energy, wasn't material, and it wasn't energy either. This material was the most terrifying existence that was formed when the heavenly Tao and Gu Taxian collapsed and fused together. Gu Chensha finally arrived, but he couldn't destroy and absorb this terrifying existence, because he found that the inside of this terrifying existence had reached the 9th level of immortality. It was even stronger than him. The strength of the origin is indeed terrifying. Gu Chensha nodded. Wong, wong, wong. At this moment, a ghostly wail resounded. A human face appeared in the core of the origin. It was the face of heavenly talisman sovereign Gu Taxian. Imperial Father? Gu Chensha's heart thumped. Gu Chensha, you're amazing. You actually made it here. Heavenly talisman sovereign Gu Taxian's face suddenly turned ferocious. You've imprisoned my will, trying to refine it, but it's impossible. Also, the part of my will in the Hongling sand, Zhang Yiren, is only a billionth of mine. When I'm born, I'll devour you completely, and you'll die a tragic death. 19th Imperial Sun, you're very good. All of a sudden, Heavenly Talisman Emperor Gu Taishin's face turns solemn. You've also reached this place, and your cultivation base has already surpassed mine. Seems like my various arrangements have paid off. My fusion with the Heavenly Daos isn't as simple as 1 plus 1. It's a breakthrough that will result in a profound explosion that will change the laws of the universe. However, this isn't a good thing, so I need you to regulate and suppress it. Gu Chensha, you better die. Heavenly Talisman's sovereign Gu Taxian's face changed again. This time, it was a malevolent expression. Gu Taxian will be devoured by me sooner or later. You can't do anything to me. You can only watch as I appear and destroy your people. So, the face opened its mouth and spat. Suddenly, a wave of power condensed into a spear and shot towards Gu Chensha. The power produced by this spear could even pierce through a heaven realm expert, killing him in one hit. Sadly, when this power reached Gu Chensha, it directly collapsed, not even leaving a mark on his clothes. Good brat. Heavenly Talisman Sovereign Gu Taxian's face shrieked. Seems like you're indeed my greatest enemy since I came into this world. However, you've made a fatal mistake. You actually comprehended the 10th level of the immortal realm. This has inspired me. I can cultivate to the 10th level of the immortal realm faster than you. At that time, it will be the time of your death. There's no way you can cultivate to the 10th level of the immortal realm. Gu Chensha sighed and said, however, the two of us will definitely have a battle. You are the product of the fusion of the Heavenly Tao and Father Emperor Gu's immortal treading. You have metamorphosed and reached a whole new realm. This is also pushing the entire world and the universe forward. But in the end, your origin energy will fuse with the universe, causing the entire world to enter a brand new state. Of course, when you first came into this world, you'll still be suppressed by me. This is your fate. I've already planned it for you. Bind. The river of fate appeared in Gu Chensha's palm once more. In an instant, the fate energy in this place gathered and entered the river of fate. What? You want to gather my fate energy into the river of fate you've created to arrange my fate? You're too audacious. Moreover, I no longer have any fate energy left. Heavenly Talisman Sovereign Gu Taxian's face was enraged. Countless lightning bolts shot towards Gu Chensha. Each of these lightning bolts could destroy the heavenly world, but they couldn't do anything to Gu Chensha at all. Gu Chensha continuously extracted fate energy, forcefully changing it. Rumble. All of a sudden, a giant beast was born in the river of fate. It wasn't a dragon, nor was it a snake, nor was it a primordial beast. Instead, it was a ball-like object with countless eyes and tentacles. Each tentacle was a giant dragon. This was the fate energy of a terrifying thing. It originally didn't have fate energy, and it couldn't be bound by fate. However, Gu Chensha had forced it to give birth to fate energy, which was equivalent to dragging it down and lowering its cultivation level. Ha! Gu Chensha's figure flickered, and he left. You're terrifying, but I've still managed to grab hold of your fate energy, binding it in the river of fate. I'll be able to obtain more data, and it'll be easier for me to break through to the 9th level of immortality. Suddenly, an enormous beast appeared in the river of fate. It was a sphere covered with eyeballs and tentacles, and the tentacles were like enormous dragons. It was a terrifying thing that caused all of the experts present to be completely shocked. This was especially true for the ancestors who had reached the heaven realm. They could feel the fate in the river of fate rising and falling. They wanted to use their fate at all times to break through the restriction of the river of fate. However, the power of the river of fate was growing stronger and stronger, and their efforts were futile. They were like flies that had fallen into a spider's web. They couldn't do anything about it. Originally, the strongest fate energy in the river of fate was a two-headed dragon. It was the combination of the Emperor of Heaven and the fourth Gu Huasha. But now, something that was thousands of times stronger than the two-headed true dragon had appeared. Terrifying. In a place in the human world, the fourth Gu Hua Sha was sitting cross-legged, comprehending the Tao of immortality. He had reached the 8th level of immortality, and was in the heavenly world. Next, he would advance to the heavenly Tao, and then comprehend the Tao of immortality. This level of cultivation had already surpassed many ancestors. Therefore, among the ancestors, the nihility ancestor was number one. In the past 100 years, Gu Hua Sha had established the nihility ancestor's name. It could be said that he had occupied fate energy, and his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. This was his strategy. He could see the terrifying fate energy in the river of fate. This is the fate energy of a terrifying existence that's about to be born. The fate energy of Gu Taxian's entanglement with the heavenly Tao. But this isn't what I'm surprised about. Logically speaking, this thing has long since surpassed fate energy and shouldn't be bound by anything. But now, it's being controlled by the river of fate. In other words, Gu Chansha is so strong that even the fate energy of this thing is bound by the river of fate. Such a realm is simply unimaginable. The fourth Gu Hua Sha was shaken. This Gu Chansha, and I don't walk the same path. I do my best to maintain the desires of all living beings, to live a wonderful life, and to maintain the meaning of reality. But Gu Chansha wants to drag all living beings into destruction and illusion. My path is the right one. Chapter 997. In the River of Destiny, a terrifying fate had appeared. This had caused the entire human world to undergo a new transformation. Many experts were in danger. Not only were they worried about the fate, but they were also worried that Gu Chansha would be able to control them at any time. In the eyes of the experts, that terrifying fate was indeed terrifying, but Gu Chansha, who had been bound by it in the River of Destiny, was even more terrifying. Fortunately, that thing hasn't been completely born yet. That's why Gu Chansha has a chance. When that thing is completely born, Gu Chansha won't be able to restrain it. The fate will disappear and break the River of Destiny. What I want most now is for that thing and Gu Chansha to both be injured. That way, I'll have a chance. At this time, the fourth Gu Hua Sha was also calculating in his heart. He had wanted to devour the Emperor of Heaven at the last moment. But the Emperor of Heaven's cultivation had advanced, and he had comprehended an extremely profound realm. This made it much more difficult for him to devour. Of course, the Emperor of Heaven's progress also made the value of his devouring even greater. F.A. Wuxian's fate is so great. He's so ambitious, and he doesn't seem to be condensing a heaven realm in his body. He doesn't seem to be developing the heaven realm in his body. He's just devouring. He's walking on some kind of extreme path. The fourth Gu Hua Sha also looked at the River of Destiny. He found that F.A. Wuxian's fate had expanded and had already turned into a devouring dragon. The devouring dragon seemed to have endless black holes around it, devouring all fate. Many of the growing fates, such as pythons, snakes, and snakes, were all devoured. The devouring dragon grew bigger and bigger. Although it couldn't compare to the two-headed dragon formed by the Emperor of Heaven and Gu Hua Sha, if it continued to devour like this, it would soon become a giant existence. This thing was too dangerous. I have to suppress his devourability. However, I can't do it myself. Let the Taoist ancestor, the spell ancestor, the ancestor of heaven, the change ancestor, the human ancestor, and the outsider ancestor fight him to the death. That way, I, the nihility ancestor, will be able to establish the dignity of the nihility ancestor. Gu Hua Sha thought for a moment. In order to be on equal footing with me, these ancestors have banded together in an attempt to weaken me. I can use this to weaken them, gather destiny, and break through the seal of the River of Fate in one go. Originally, the fourth Gu Hua Sha and Gu Chansha were a pair of brothers who had fought side by side for many years. However, after the heaven realm collapsed and condensed into the larger human realm, they began to go their separate ways. The two of them had different ideologies, which caused a gap between them. This was an irreconcilable contradiction. After pondering for a moment, the fourth Gu Huasha's body moved and disappeared. He had started his own plan. In the human realm, on another continent. I am the Lord of 7 stars. Later, I gained enlightenment of the dragonless heart incantation and achieved great freedom. Now that I'm in the heaven realm, I can call myself the patriarch of stratagems. At this point, Zhuge's eyes snapped open. After entering the human realm, he had sought enlightenment of his cultivation base and had been searching for a way to transform it. As of this moment, he had given himself the position of the Lord of 7 stars, who assisted the Son of Heaven in devising stratagems and evaluating the world. It was appropriate for him to call himself the Patriarch of Stratagems. I, Lu Baiwei, have gained enlightenment of Supreme Tao. I could be called the Patriarch of Stratagems. Lu Baiwei had given herself a new position. From now on, her own name would be meaningless. The only thing that mattered was the title of Patriarch. When it reached the hearts of countless living beings, they would only remember that you were called Ancestor. The title of Ancestor was your Tao, your destiny. For example, Zhang Ziren was the Patriarch of Humanity. Everyone knew that Zhang Ziren had used the Tao of Humanity as his foundation to become the Patriarch of Humanity. Fa Wuxian was known as the Patriarch of Devourer, and he had used the Tao of Devouring as his foundation. Now that Zhuge called himself the Schemer Ancestor, and Lu Baiwei called himself the Supreme Ancestor, it meant that he had completely fixed his fate energy. I, Wan Hong, was the person appointed by the ancient Son of Heaven. However, I gave up on this great destiny, finally obtaining transcendence. This is innovation, creation, breaking through a fixed destiny, pushing the layers to bring forth anew. I can be called a new ancestor. When Hong had given himself the title of Patriarch of Heaven, the word new contained all of his destiny and good fortune. That was why he had called himself the new Patriarch. Rumble. In the river of destiny, Zhuge, Lu Baiwei, and Wan Hong's destiny increased. They radiated light like the sun and moon, illuminating many places. Even spell Ancestor, Ancestor of Heaven, and Alien Ancestor paled in comparison. Calling oneself an ancestor was not only enough for one to cultivate to the heaven realm. After cultivating to the heaven realm, one had to give oneself an accurate position, using a concept, a Tao, as one's constant fate. Only then would one's strength improve. Who would have thought that the 3 of us would have found our own true Tao? We'll have a solid foundation when we advance into the heavenly Tao realm in the future. Lu Baiwei, Wan Hong, and Zhuge gathered together. Some people haven't found their own position, and if they force it, they will fall. Zhuge said, for example, that ancestor of heaven Wu Dankong. Actually, she called herself the ancestor of light, but she forced herself to call herself the ancestor of heaven. That is, if one's virtue doesn't match the position, they will fall. Emperor Heaven calling himself the ancestor of heaven is the best, but Emperor Heaven doesn't seem to want to call himself the ancestor of heaven. He has completely given up his control of heaven and earth. The heavenly court is hidden, and from the hidden heavenly court, I can vaguely feel that Emperor Heaven has changed his Tao from the heavens that controls everything to the last hope of all living beings. This kind of change is very frightening. In the future, Emperor Heaven will still be our greatest enemy. I still find it a pity that the 4th isn't of the same mind as us. Otherwise, we could do a lot of things to deal with the upcoming calamity. Supreme Ancestor Lu Baiwei said, the 4th has his own way of thinking, and we can't force him. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. New Ancestor Wan Hong said, next, we need to be on guard against being killed and devoured. The most dangerous one is the devouring ancestor, Fa Wuxian. Look at the fate of Fa Wuxian in the River of Fate. Anyone who gets close to him won't be spared. He hasn't devoured any ancestor yet, but once he does, it will become even worse. I don't think he dares to come and devour us, because we are strong, and we are working together as one. The ancestors of the human dynasty aren't united, and they are fighting for themselves. Wu Dankong is the weakest, and I think Fa Wuxian will devour her first. Zhuge said. She has been jumping around for a long time. Supreme Ancestor Liu Baiwei said. However, if we can subdue her, that would be for the best. Letting Fa Wuxian devour her is not a good thing. Let's work together. Also, we need to gather the people of the Yongjia Imperial Court with us and rebuild the Yonko. Otherwise, they will also be devoured by Fa Wuxian. Other than that, we need to be on guard against Zhang Yirun and Hongling Sha. Those two are also possessed by something terrifying. Wen Hong said, the calamity is coming, and we need to be careful. We have survived so many calamities and come this way. But this calamity is the biggest, and it will be hard to pass. But once we do, we will truly transcend. Liu Baiwei sighed. The three of them circulated their strength, and a huge wave of heavenly realm energy swept out in all directions. They faced upwards. Inside the palace, Ancestor Yizhang Xiren was summoning his subordinate. This subordinate was none other than the devouring ancestor Fa Wuxian. Fa Wuxian, you were originally my subordinate, but who would have thought you actually cultivated to the heavenly realm and even comprehended the supreme Tao, becoming the devouring ancestor? You have many strong points. Do you want to be independent now? Become another ancestor of the great dynasty? Or leave the great dynasty? Become a devouring ancestor? Zhang Yirun looked at the unmoving Fa Wuxian, and his heart was filled with anger. At this moment, Fa Wuxian sat up straight and said, I don't want to betray the great dynasty, but now that I've become an ancestor devourer, my cultivation base is above all the ancestors. It's not suitable for me to be your subordinate, and you can't control me. I came here today to cooperate with you and strengthen our position. What do you want to do? Zhang Yirun knew that he could not do anything to Fa Wuxian, but he felt that Fa Wuxian could be used. Don't you think there are too many ancestors in the great dynasty? Now that they are all doing their own things, there's no way to control them. Should we get rid of them one by one? Refine these ancestors into our weapons, artifacts, or even directly control them? Turn them into puppets and prey in your heavenly realm. How about that? Fa Wuxian's eyes shone with an extremely cold and terrifying light. Then which ancestor should we get rid of first? Zhang Yirun was still calm. Of course, it is the ancestor of heaven, Wu Dankong. This person is the weakest and has nothing to rely on, and her Tao is not the heavenly Tao. She can barely be called the ancestor of heaven. In fact, she has not even reached the ancestor realm. If this person does not die, it is simply intolerable. Even the heavens will not tolerate this ignorant and fearless stupid woman. Fa Wuxian licked his lips. A bloodthirsty light appeared in his eyes. Zhang Yirun saw this light, and his heart skipped a beat. This person is extremely dangerous, but because of this, we can use him. He is the devouring ancestor. He will devour everything. I can't let this person live, but I can use him to fight the other ancestors to the death, and then I'll reap the benefits. Thinking of this, Zhang Yirun smiled. All right, I have not liked this woman for a long time. If we do not kill her, the great dynasty will not have a good life. How do you plan to do it? We will work together to suppress her. Fa Wuxian said, of course, a battle like this will definitely cause a lot of commotion. Those ancestor of law, ancestor of Tao, and the others will all feel sorry for the loss of the rabbit and join forces with her to deal with us. If that happens, it will not be a good thing. Why don't we set up a plan and lure Wu Dankong to a secret place, then kill and devour her? Chapter 998, Dragon Valley Continent. Chapter 995, Dragon Valley Continent. Fa Wuxian became the ancestor devourer. His Tao is the Tao of devouring, and he even devoured the underworld and the earthly emperor. The earthly emperor of the underworld is extremely powerful. Although he didn't manage to cultivate to the heaven realm, with the addition of the underworld, the many gods, and the immortal power accumulated over the years, even the heaven realm experts might not be able to suppress him. He was actually devoured by Fa Wuxian, just like that. From this, it can be seen that Fa Wuxian is a great threat to us. Just as Fa Wuxian and Zhang Yiran were discussing. In another place in the capital, a few people were also discussing. They were the ancestor of Heaven Wu Dankong, the variant ancestor Lu Chan Sha, the spell ancestor Dharma Saint, and the Taoist ancestor Hong Ling Sha. The four of them gathered together and looked at the river of fate. They saw the fate of the terrible thing in the river of fate and F.A. Wuxian's fate. That terrible thing hasn't been born yet. They have some time, but F.A. Wuxian has already started to pose a threat to them, especially Wu Dankong. She was very uneasy. She had also cultivated to the heaven realm, but her strength was the weakest, especially the heaven realm in her body. It couldn't expand, and it was difficult for it to grow explosively. She knew that her strength would probably stop here. Originally, it was impossible for her to cultivate to the heaven realm, but because she obtained a lot of benefits from the Emperor of Heaven and the collapse of the Heaven Tao, she painstakingly cultivated, allowing her to take this step. But she called herself the ancestor of heaven, but it didn't match her fate. As a result, the principle of the heaven realm in her body couldn't merge with her own nature. This meant that not only could she not expand the heaven realm, she couldn't even produce the power of the heaven Tao. As a result, her cultivation would naturally stagnate. So she was very worried about herself. The appearance of F.A. Wuxian and his rapid advancement to the ancestor devourer made her feel a great sense of crisis. So she wanted to bring these people to discuss. F.A. Wuxian is a disciple of my school of legalism. The Dharma saint said, "However, I have observed his fate energy, and he is indeed a threat to me. He cultivates the devouring Tao, called the devouring ancestor, and it is very terrifying. He doesn't manage the heaven realm in his body, but devours everything in the world. It is a completely plundering Tao. That's why we can't allow him to grow stronger. But if we try to suppress him, we might end up benefiting others instead. Don't forget, our greatest enemies are Gu Chun Sha, as well as Ancestor Wu. Ancestor Wu is above us, devouring our destiny. Without Ancestor Wu, all of us would be on equal footing and wouldn't be in our current state. Hence, we can join forces and negotiate with F.A. Wuxian, allowing him to devour Ancestor Wu. What do you think? This is a brilliant plan. The Taoist ancestor wasn't afraid of the Grand Feather Sand. She was still progressing rapidly. The heaven realm in her body was becoming more and more complete, larger and larger, as if it was about to produce Heaven Tao energy. The so-called Heaven Tao energy was the 8th level of the undying realm, the undying realm. When humans cultivated, they would first reach the 7th level of the undying realm, true undying realm. Then, they would slowly gather this true undying realm. Once the 7th level true undying realm was gathered to the extreme, it would explode and open up the heaven realm. After cultivating the heaven realm, they would bitterly cultivate and comprehend the 8th level of the undying realm. Then, they would gather the undying realm, boil it, and transform it all to break through to the heaven realm. Although they were both in the heaven realm, the difference was huge. Some heaven realms didn't have the 8th level of the undying realm, which meant that they didn't have heaven Tao energy. For example, among the many ancestors in the heaven realm, the strongest was naturally the Nihility ancestor, Gu Huasha. The heaven realm in his body had already turned into the 8th level of the undying heaven Tao energy. With just a bit of luck, he could break through and enter the heaven realm. Next would be the human ancestor, Zhang Ziran. He occupied the key word human, the key Tao. As such, he naturally became very strong. Next would be the E ancestor, Zhang Yiran. He himself contained the ancient Tao immortal's huge mutated source, plus a terrifying will. Of course, the Taoist ancestor, the Grand Feather Sand, was the same. The Grand Feather Sand had received the support of many people with mutated source, and also that terrifying will. Furthermore, it was refined by Gu Chun Sha, so her power was actually above the E ancestor. Next would be the devouring ancestor, F.A. Wuxian, Dharma Saint, and other ancestors. The ancestor of heaven, Wu Dankong, was the weakest. That makes sense. If we let the devouring ancestor Fa Wuxian and the nihility ancestor Gu Huasha fight each other, we can just sit back and reap the benefits. However, Fa Wuxian doesn't seem to be that stupid. He won't become cannon fodder just because of our words, right? The ancestor of heaven, Wu Dankong, frowned and said, "The reason why we joined forces was to deal with the nihility ancestor. Now, we could just join forces with Fa Wuxian. However, when we attack together, we will form a group and let him deal with it alone. However, we still need to join forces with the father and son, Irun." The Dharma Saint seemed to have a card up his sleeve. That makes sense. We need to rope in the father and son, especially Zhang Ziren. As the Ren ancestor, he established the human dynasty. He hasn't shown himself all these years, but in reality, his cultivation is strong and he has accumulated fate energy. His name is in line with the overall trend of the human realm. He is very strong. The divergent ancestor, Lu Chansha, said, "All right, so you have a Long Xiangtian in the other realm. Although his power was crippled and he was locked up, he didn't die. His fate energy is still there. Even Fa Wuxian can make a comeback, let alone him." The Dharma Saint suddenly said, "Long Xiangtian suddenly disappeared 100 years ago. I think he had some kind of fortuitous encounter. However, it doesn't matter. He will definitely grow up, but even after he grows up, he will still find trouble with Gu Qinsha. His hatred for Gu Qinsha is deeper than anyone else's." The divergent ancestor, Lu Chansha, said, "Let's not talk about him. Let's set up the plan first." The ancestor of heaven, Wu Dankong, said, "All right, I'll go find the Ren ancestor." The Dharma Saint left. The other Taoist ancestor, Hongling Sha, and the divergent ancestor, Lu Chansha, also left to make their own preparations. The ancestor of heaven, Wu Dankong, frowned and activated her concealment technique as if she was going to hide. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wu Dankong quickly left and hid. She even used a secret technique to hide her fate energy and fate. In an instant, she left the human dynasty and came to a secret place in the human realm. This was a continent called the Dragon Valley Continent. This continent was extremely vast and was surrounded by mountains. The weather was pleasant, and there were many dragons and humans living on this continent. The humans here did not cultivate the immortal Tao, nor did they cultivate technology. Instead, they cultivated a type of magic civilization. This magic civilization was a different way of cultivation. It treated the various energies in the world as elements and used one's mind power to refine them, condensing all kinds of spells and creating all kinds of magic equipment and items. Wu Dankong had long discovered a series of special things about this place. She even felt that this Dragon Valley continent might give birth to an ancestor because she could feel the fate energy of this continent boiling. If she could directly devour this ancestor when it was born, she would be able to break through. The Dragon Valley continent was extremely vast. There were thousands of human countries, all kinds of dragons, magical beasts, magic academies, and so on. There were many experts, such as the God of Magic, the Sage of Magic, the Great Emperor of Magic, and the Lord of Magic. These experts were equivalent to the God, Sage, Heavenly Lord, and Heavenly Longevity Realm. Among them, there were even higher-level existences, which were the experts of the Divine Origin Realm. Wu Dankong had been secretly supporting the emperors and magic academies of many countries in order to gain complete control over the Dragon Valley continent. However, she only controlled in the dark and did not do it openly. She was afraid that if she did it openly, she would change the fate of the Dragon Valley continent. If that happened, the ancestor of magic would not be able to be born and her plan would fail. In my opinion, I have to use a series of plans to increase the fate energy of the Dragon Valley continent and increase the magic civilization. Then, I will urge the birth of the ancestor of magic. Wu Dankong suddenly enveloped the entire Dragon Valley continent with a wave of energy. In this vast Dragon Valley continent, the flow of time suddenly accelerated. At the same time, a lot of energy was also injected into the Dragon Valley continent. Wu Dangkong was using her own energy to increase the fate energy of the Dragon Valley continent. After a full 3 days and 3 nights, 30,000 years had passed in the Dragon Valley continent. That's right, 30,000 years had passed. Experts who had cultivated to the heaven realm were this powerful. However, time was not equal in many continents in the human world. From the time Gu Chansha created the human world until now, only 100 years had passed. Of course, this 100 years was counted in the eternal world. In fact, during the 100 years that the human world had existed, thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years had passed in some continents. The human world was too big. It was divided into endless continents, endless spaces, and endless worlds. Many continents and other continents could not be reached by flying because they were not in the same plane. Therefore, not only were the space lines different, but the timelines were also different. To fully understand the human world and reach every place in the human world, even the experts of the divine origin realm might not be able to do it. Only those who had reached the heaven realm could travel freely in the human world. Of course, it was just traveling freely. To overturn the structure of the human world and control it at will was very difficult even for the experts of the heaven realm. Because at this moment, the human world was the only world. The collapse and fusion of the heaven realm and Gu Taxian made the human world beyond common sense. The ancestor of magic is going to be born. Wu Dangkong stared at the Dragon Valley continent. He found that countless magic elements were gathering in this continent. Some of the mysterious power in the human world was even being extracted, gradually condensing into a system. The magic system. Once the magic system was born and fell into the hands of someone, that person would have the potential to become the ancestor of magic. At that time, Wu Dangkong would take action. At this moment, Wu Dangkong was like an old farmer who carefully cultivated crops. Seeing that the crops had ripened and it was time to harvest, he was full of joy. But this time, Fa Wuxian suddenly appeared behind her. Chapter 999. Chapter 996. Ancestor of Magic. Chapter 996. Ancestor of Magic. I didn't expect that such a small continent could produce the ancestor of magic. It's amazing. Fa Wuxian looked at the Dragon Valley continent. Although the continent was huge in the eyes of the heaven's origin cultivator, it wasn't big in the eyes of the devouring ancestor Fa Wuxian. The Dragon Valley continent was as big as dozens of divine lands and the 4 wildernesses combined. There were many layers of space in it. There were also many treasures in those spaces and worlds. The Dragon Valley continent had gone through 30,000 years of changes, and it was full of wonders. There were magic and swords, machinery and steam, heroic knights, dragon princesses, magical beast gods, and necromancers. It was a completely different kind of civilization, a magic civilization that was completely independent of the technological civilization and the immortal Tao civilization. Because of the uniqueness of this civilization, it was able to produce the ancestor of magic. The magic system was automatically formed. It was the essence of the wisdom of the entire Dragon Valley continent. A large amount of the origin of the human world was extracted from it and gave birth to the magic system. Fa Wuxian, it's you. Wu Dangkong was shocked. She was just about to make a move, but Fa Wuxian's body emitted endless devouring power. It pulled her back and devoured her completely. Fortunately, Wu Dangkong had many trump cards. Waves of power began to burst out, and the aura of the Emperor of Heaven was released. Fa Wuxian's devouring power didn't devour Wu Dangkong completely. Instead, he grinned. Wu Dangkong, you're quite something. You actually stole some of the power of the Emperor of Heaven and used it as a trump card. But those tricks can only last a while in front of me. You're dreaming if you think you can protect yourself. Fa Wuxian, you're so ruthless. Wu Dangkong let out a long roar. His hair was disheveled, and he had lost his image. I worked so hard to create the ancestor of magic. If I can get my hands on the ancestor of magic, I'll be able to break through the shackles of the heaven realm. I'll be able to condense the power of the 8th level of the immortal realm, and then I'll be able to enter the heavenly Tao realm. Wu Dankong, you are the weakest among all the ancestors. Furthermore, you only managed to form the heaven realm in your body because you stole some of the power from the heavenly court. Furthermore, you betrayed the heavenly emperor at the most crucial moment of the dynasty in order to obtain destiny. In reality, with your cultivation level, you are not worthy of being called an ancestor. Furthermore, you still call yourself a heavenly ancestor. Not only will this not increase your destiny, it will also decrease your destiny. Furthermore, you are also forming an ill-fated relationship. Today is the day when your ill-fated relationship explodes. Not only will I devour you, I will also devour the ancestor of magic that was born in the Dragon Valley continent. Fa Wuxian, do you really think you could defeat me? Waves of power burst out of Wu Dankong's body again. The power changed and vibrated with each other. Then it started to fuse with the Dragon Valley continent. Wu Dankong, you sure have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. Fa Wuxian continued to increase his devouring power. Within his body, countless amounts of energy revolved into numerous runes. These runes then turned into ropes, and the ropes and ropes intersected with each other, forming a huge net. The mesh of the huge net was a huge mouth, and within these mouths, the chewing sounds of ancient beasts could be heard, completely enveloping Wu Dankong within. As long as this huge net closed inwards, Wu Dankong would be devoured by the countless holes in the net until not even his bones were left. This was Fa Wuxian's trick. These runes, ropes, and net were formed by the power of a level 8 immortal. That was why he could suppress the power of a level 7 true immortal and devour Wu Dankong. Don't worry, I've discovered many secrets about the human world from Wu Dankong. The continents in the human world are like organs in a human body. If the continent becomes stronger, it will absorb more essence from the human world. Then, a powerful and terrifying existence will be born. This magic system is even more powerful than the yin and yang system, the 5-element system, the 8-trigram system, and many other systems. It is almost comparable to the good and evil system and the cause and effect system. Fa Wuxian looked at the changes caused by the combination of Wu Dankong and the Dragon Valley continent. His cultivation base became more profound. If that's the case, I know what to do in the future. I also know how to devour the human world completely. At this moment, the human world is the only world between heaven and earth. Even Gu Chansha tried his best to create the human world, making it bigger and bigger. There is still a chance for the human world to expand, and that is when the heavenly Tao and Gu Taxian collapse at the same time. When the immortal origin that had reached level 9 immortal will descend, I'm afraid the human world will be many times bigger than it is now. More experts will be born, and there will be many experts in the heavenly Tao. That will be the best time for me, the devouring ancestor, to activate the devouring power. I will be able to devour everything and reach the highest realm, surpass the heavenly Tao, and achieve a realm that has never been reached since ancient times. With the improvement of his cultivation base, Fa Wuxian was more at ease. He changed his spell again, and the huge net enveloped the entire Dragon Valley continent. He was like a cat toying with a mouse, toying with Wu Dankong. When he was done toying with Wu Dankong, he would start killing. After a day and a night, Fa Wuxian seemed to have seen through Wu Dankong's trump card. At the same time, he had also figured out the operation of the entire Dragon Valley continent. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Wu Dankong, I've completely figured out your background. You no longer have any secrets in my eyes. In that case, it's time for me to devour you. I was afraid that you had some powerful means that could injure me, but now it seems that your foundation is indeed lacking. Boom! Fa Wuxian didn't waste any more time talking to Wu Dankong. After a day and a night, he had seen through Wu Dankong's background. Even if Wu Dankong risked his life, he wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him. The huge net of devouring began to close in. Fa Wuxian was going to devour Wu Dankong and the Dragon Valley continent together. Fa Wuxian, you're too aggressive. I'm going to kill you. Fuse. Wu Dongkong's essence energy began to leak out, and the heaven realm in her body was in danger of shattering. At this time, she knew that if she didn't do something, she would probably die without a burial ground, and she might not even be able to rise again in the future. She gritted her teeth and activated her secret technique. Fa Wuxian, you said you saw through my background, but let me tell you now, I still have a way to destroy both sides. Emperor of Heaven, World Annihilation, 10,000 Laws, Nirvana. Wu Dongkong's body suddenly burst into flames. I'll exchange the glory of all my lives for a moment of glory. All the lives of billions of lives will be gathered at this point. True fusion. Boom. At this time, Wu Dongkong's body completely burst into flames, and he turned into a huge fireball, which broke through Fa Wuxian's blockade and entered the Dragon Valley continent. Good one, Wu Dongkong. You actually have a way to destroy both sides. This is clearly not your plan, but the Emperor of Heavens. It seems that even though the Emperor of Heaven has been hiding, he's still controlling many things in the dark. Fa Wuxian could tell from Wu Dongkong's self-destruction that this was not a method that Wu Dongkong was capable of. After all, the power that could be unleashed by a person's self-destruction was not infinite. There were many self-destruction techniques in the world, such as heavenly demon disintegration, immortal jade incineration, divine nation annihilation, and so on. Fa Wuxian was very familiar with these self-destruction techniques, so he had already calculated that even if Wu Dongkong self-destructed, he wouldn't be able to cause any harm to him. In fact, he wouldn't even be able to escape his control. But now, Wu Dongkong's self-destruction technique was actually burning his past, present, and future, all of his hopes, all of his karma, all of his predestined fate, and even all of his future opportunities. In other words, he was exchanging the glory of all lives for a moment of glory. This method of mutual destruction was not something that Wu Dongkong was able to execute. Even though Wu Dongkong had stepped into the heaven realm, it was impossible for him to comprehend the glory of all lives, all of his hopes, karma, and predestined fate. It was even more impossible for him to gather all of these incorporeal things and unleash a moment of glory. Boom! The fireball that Wu Dongkong had turned into fell into the Dragon Valley continent. Immediately, many strange phenomena appeared in the Dragon Valley continent. Everything began to condense, and a powerful thing was born in the entire continent. In the Dragon Valley continent, the most ordinary family in the town. Their house was in a dilapidated state, and painful groans could be heard coming from inside. A middle-aged woman looked at her son on the bed, crying nonstop. There were also a few boys and girls who had not yet grown up, and they were crying from hunger. The person lying on the bed was a young man who had just reached adulthood. His hands and feet were all broken, and his body was covered with many knife wounds that were still bleeding nonstop. Clearly, he wouldn't be able to live for long. Amanla, you can't die, my son. Those heartless bastards cut you up just because they stole a small magical beast that you hunted. It's a pity that I don't have money. Otherwise, I could go to the Magic Academy in the city and use magic to help you recover. The middle-aged woman cried, cursed, and blamed herself. Clearly, if this adult son of hers died, she wouldn't be able to live, and the rest of the family would most likely starve to death. A family would completely disappear just like that. That was the cruelty of survival. Mom, I saw it. I saw it. The man lying on the bed, Amanla, seemed to have regained his last bit of radiance. He actually cried out, and then a fireball pierced through the roof and landed on his body. Then a voice rang out in his ear. The magic system has received enough energy. Activate. In an instant, all of his injuries were healed, and the entire Dragon Valley continent shrank, turning into dust and disappearing without a trace. Fa Wuxian roared. In his eyes, the instant that Wu Dongkong had turned into a fireball and landed on the Dragon Valley continent, the Dragon Valley continent had shrunk and disappeared. He had no idea where it had gone. Wu Dongkong has fused with the progenitor of magic. He actually managed to escape my control. You won't be able to escape. A devouring power appeared above Fa Wuxian's head, and he began to track Amanla. Chapter 1000. The situation is really interesting. Although I have created the river of fate and controlled everyone's fate, there's still some small variables that I can't control. For example, I predicted that Fa Wuxian could devour Wu Dangkong and the Dragon Valley continent, which meant that the newly born ancestor of magic would also be devoured by Fa Wuxian. However, I didn't expect that Wu Dangkong would activate the origin of the Dragon Valley continent and obtain the protection of the human world's consciousness, which allowed the ancestor of magic to disappear with the Dragon Valley continent. Gu Chensha observed the river of fate that he created. He found that Fa Wuxian didn't gain anything this time. The human world's consciousness was protecting the Dragon Valley continent and a magic civilization. This was a miscalculation for him, but it was also a good thing, because he had created countless fortuitous encounters and expanded the human world, which in itself was an experiment. All the things that people did after obtaining the fortuitous encounters provided him with data and information, which made his dragonless cultivation method more perfect and allowed him to reach the 9th level of the immortal realm, the undying realm, faster. He laid the foundation for the 10th level, being and undying. The human world gradually formed its own consciousness, which was also a huge variable. Now, the human world was the only world in the entire universe. The immortal realm, monster realm, demon realm, and immortal realm were all integrated into the human world. The underworld was also devoured by Fa Wuxian. The everlasting realm was also integrated into the human world. All living beings lived in the same world. The human world was very complicated. Some continents had extremely fast time flow, which could take hundreds of millions of years, while some continents had relatively slow time, which could take hundreds of years. The human world contained countless spaces, plains, and caves. In the past, before the human world expanded, the Emperor of Heaven could use his power to govern the entire human world, which created the phenomenon of gods 3 feet above one's head. Even the kitchens and toilets of every household had gods. In the end, even the 3 corpse gods lurked in the depths of people's hearts and minds, which could transmit their thoughts to the heaven at any time. However, with the collapse of this system, the human world had completely developed itself and gradually formed its own consciousness. In the past, the heaven realm had also given birth to its own consciousness. Gu Chensha was even trapped in another line of fate by the heaven realm's consciousness. It was normal for the human world to have its own consciousness. Once the human world had its own instinct, it would condense into a new existence similar to the heavenly Tao. However, this was also within the scope of Gu Chensha's cultivation method. The consciousness that was born in the human world was also of great research value to him. Dragonless Heart Art, another level. Layers upon layers of pagoda appeared above his head once again. This pagoda was divided into 10 layers. Originally, the 9th and 10th layers were merely illusions and had yet to materialize. However, at this moment, the scene was gradually becoming more and more real. The pagoda wasn't a magical treasure, but rather an accumulation of knowledge and magical laws. As long as people and other living beings learn enough knowledge, they could cultivate to the undying level or even reach the 10th level, the undying level. Between heaven and earth, the aura of immortality was spreading everywhere. Gu Chensha released his power once again. Rumble. His body was incomparably tyrannical, and endless energy that would never dry up directly poured into the human world. The human world expanded once again. Many fortuitous encounters and new changes occurred in the trillions of continents. Countless experts, people with fate, and people with great fortuitous encounters were born once again. The river of fate suddenly expanded tens of times. At this moment, if a heaven realm expert were to observe it, he or she would discover that the restraining force of the river of fate had also increased by tens of times. Many flood dragons and true dragons that wanted to break free from the control of the river of fate were suppressed. Furthermore, many small snakes were born in the river. These small snakes grew rapidly. In the future, it was very likely that they would turn into giant snakes, pythons, centipedes, flood dragons, and dragons. At this moment, the fate pattern of the human world had once again changed. Gu Chensha continued to circulate his cultivation to help the human world. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years had passed. That's right, the last time he created the human world, it took him 100 years. This time, as his cultivation increased and he comprehended the 10th level of immortality, undying and undying, the situation of the human world will naturally change even more. Furthermore, it will turn the human world into a huge trap, causing those terrifying existences to fall into it when they are born in the future. The 6 empires seem to have changed their structure too. That Zhang Ziren's strength actually caught up to the Emperor of Heaven and the 4th? Interesting. Zhang Ziren is the human ancestor. The stronger the human world is, the higher his cultivation will rise as well. This is unavoidable. After all, he is the human ancestor. After 1,000 years, Gu Qinsha woke up again. He was observing the overall situation of the human world, collecting data to enrich the dragonless mental cultivation method. The current human world had completely become his experimental ground. Time had lost all meaning to him now. The time in the mortal world couldn't bind him at all. Not only was the timeline unable to bind him, he could even alter the timeline at will, rewind, lengthen, and shorten it at will. No one in the world could achieve such a state. Even if the Celestial Arch and Guasha joined forces, they could not do it. The gap between their realms and Gu Chincha's was getting bigger and bigger. Gu Chinsha did not even care about them anymore. However, in the past 1,000 years, many powerful existences were born in the human world again, causing the situation of the human world to become incomparably chaotic. In the imperial palace of the Great Dynasty, Zhang Ziren opened his eyes and said, "The human world has finally stopped its restlessness. It seems like the expansion has come to an end. My strength has also stopped growing. Now, I can no longer control the human world. To me, the human world is just because the name of the human ancestor is compatible with the human world. It is because of the fate of this name that my cultivation has reached the peak. In the past 1,000 years, the human realm had expanded once again, and it was all because of the ancient dust sand. What is Gu Chunsha trying to do? Could it be that there are benefits to pay? No matter what, the stronger the human world is, the more benefits it will bring me. My strength has reached the 8th level of the immortal realm, the immortal realm. The heaven realm of my body has also become the eternal heaven realm." Buzz in Zhang Ziren's body, the heaven realm slowly expanded. Looking from the outside, the heaven realm's body was glorious. It was always pure gold, showing the feeling of immortality. The essence of the heaven realm was the 8th level, the immortal realm. The immortal realm was also called the power of the heavenly law, meaning that it would never decay. If the power of the immortal realm reached the limit, it could gather and boil, breaking through and reaching the heavenly law realm. However, even the Emperor of Heaven and Gu Huasha had not reached this realm. The only one who had reached the heavenly law realm was Gu Qinsha. The other big shots were all in the heaven realm. However, even in the heaven realm, the difference in cultivation was like heaven and earth. This was because the quality of the immortal realm in the heaven realm was different. For example, the heaven realm in Wu Dankong's body did not have any immortal realm power, so she was not the true ancestor. Now, Zhang Ziren had turned all the 7th level of the true immortal power in his body into the immortal realm power. Right now, the Emperor of Heaven and Nihility ancestor Gu Huasha are no longer a threat to me. I am on equal footing with them. Zhang Ziren said, "This is the benefit that the expansion of the human realm has brought to me. Next, I will be able to carry out my series of plans. I will bring all the ancestors into my heavenly realm and pray to them, allowing my strength to advance a step further and reach the strongest realm." Thinking of this, he willed, "Summon the Crown Prince." Immediately, many of his subordinates went to summon the Crown Prince. Originally, with his cultivation, He could communicate with Zhang Yiren with a thought. However, he still sent people to summon the crown prince to show his authority. After a while, Zhang Yiren walked in. Your son greets father. Although Zhang Yiren had become the ancestor and his cultivation was getting higher, he did not expect that Zhang Xiren's cultivation would always be higher than his. This made him suppress the desire in his heart. Rise, Zhang Xiren said. The expansion of the human realm has finally stopped today. I think that Gu Chansha should also stop for a while. What do you think of the future development? Congratulations, father. You have reached the peak of immortality. You have transformed all the power in your heaven realm into the heavenly Tao. It seems that father will step into the heavenly Tao soon. Zhang Yiren silently lowered his head. Today's human realm has become more and more complicated with the changes of the past 1,000 years. Our imperial court has also stopped expanding because of internal resistance. In order to fight against the heavenly court, father conferred titles to the Nihility Ancestor, Ancestor of Heaven, Spell Ancestor, and Taoist Ancestor. Later, the heavenly court completely hid itself and disappeared in the past 1,000 years. But because these people were conferred as ancestors, they gradually interfered with the affairs of the imperial court and even created forces to divide father's power. Your son thinks that now that father has achieved great success, you can get rid of these people. Yes, I only need a sliver of opportunity to step into the heavenly Tao. Zhang Xiren said, it is time to get rid of these ancestors, but I think the first thing to do is to get rid of you. What? Zhang Yiren was shocked. He knew that Zhang Xiren wanted to clean up the imperial court, but he never expected that Zhang Xiren would want to get rid of him first. He raised his head and was ready to attack. I want to kill you. You dare to resist? Zhang Xiren's eyes were filled with immortal energy. Chapter 1001. Father, why do you want to start with me first? Zhang Yiren was ready to make his move at any moment. He would definitely not give up without a fight. In his heart, he really wanted to devour Zhang Xiren. He did not acknowledge this cheap father of his at all. Moreover, at their level of cultivation, things like family, friendship, and love were all extremely childish and laughable. What they were pursuing now was the path of eternity, the path of transcendence, and the path of continuous evolution. However, Zhang Yiren knew that he was probably not Zhang Xiren's opponent. Originally, 1,000 years ago, Zhang Yiren felt that his cultivation had surpassed Zhang Xiren and wanted to make his move. However, at that time, the human world suddenly changed. It was restless and expanding, which caused Zhang Xiren's cultivation to rise. Zhang Yiren never had the chance to make his move. Now, although the human realm had stopped its restlessness, Zhang Xiren's cultivation had already far surpassed it. He was only one step away from stepping into the heavenly Tao realm. All the 7 levels of true immortal power in his body had transformed into 8 levels of immortal power. Even Zhang Yiren could not transform all of it. There was still a bit of true immortal power in the heaven realm within his body. If they were to fight, Zhang Yiren would definitely not be Zhang Xiren's opponent. Zhang Yiren, although I'm your father, I'm very clear about your essence. There are 3 types of power in your body. The first is the essence of the ancient Tao immortal. The second is the will of that terrifying thing. The third is your own spiritual will. Back then, Gu Chansha transformed you and poured the essence and terrifying will of the ancient Tao immortal into your body. That was all for the sake of setting up a trap. Right now, your will is still unable to completely fight against the essence and terrifying will of the ancient Tao immortal. Isn't that right? This is one of the greatest obstacles in your path of cultivation. Zhang Xiren did not attack. Instead, he directly pointed out the crux of the problem. Who would have thought that father would know so clearly? Zhang Yiren's eyes were ferocious. It was not his own will, but that scary will. That terrifying will is acting up again. Zhang Xiren said, that's what I'm worried about. Just now, when I said I wanted to kill you, it wasn't to kill you, Zhang Yiren, but to kill the will of the ancient Tao, immortal, and that terrifying thing. If you were Zhang Yiren, Why would I kill you? Father, could it be that you want to help me refine that terrifying will? As for Gu Daoxian's will, I can easily refine it. However, in order to maintain the complexity of the situation, that terrifying will is still protecting Gu Daoxian's will. Zhang Yiren said, if Father can help me refine it, I can help Father do great things. It's good that you have such thoughts. Although our Lord's imperial court is flourishing, it's actually filled with danger. For the past 1,000 years, I've only done my best to maintain the situation. In the past 1,000 years, the human world has changed. Countless heroes have appeared. Of course, there are also ambitious and ruthless people. These people are all competing for the top. To tell the truth, if it wasn't for me becoming the human ancestor and increasing the human world's power, my position as the human ancestor would have long since been taken by others. I would also have been killed. So now, no matter how high my cultivation is, it's like walking on thin ice. In the past 1,000 years, there have been many ancestors, such as the Buddha ancestor, the magic ancestor, the dragon ancestor, the illusion ancestor, the spirit ancestor, the god ancestor, the tyrant ancestor, the judge ancestor. These people have all cultivated to the heaven realm. They're all establishing countries and building their faith. They are like hungry wolves that will tear us to pieces as soon as they find an opportunity. Zhang Ziren knew that the situation was not good, so he had to increase his strength. Father, this is actually a good thing. The more and more ancestors appear in the human world, the more opportunities we have. Think about it. Every time we subdue an ancestor, we can obtain great benefits. If we subdue dozens of ancestors, how strong will we become? Zhang Yiren's eyes were filled with greed. That's right. If we can subdue a heaven realm expert and directly seal him in our heaven realm, making him pray at all times, our heaven realm's power will increase. At our level, if we want to determine victory or defeat, it's purely based on whose heaven realm's power is higher, purer, and more in number. Zhang Ziren said, all right, I'll try to help you refine the terrifying will and the ancient Tao immortal's will in your body. Yes. Zhang Yiren sat upright, a flame emitting from the depths of his heart. Father, these days I've been comprehending the Dragonless Heart Sutra, but I can't comprehend the most crucial point. I'm just relying on my intuition. If I can comprehend the Dragonless Heart Sutra, I can subdue that terrifying will in the depths of my heart. That's right. The Dragonless Heart Sutra is the source of all divine skills. It can sever all karma, destroy all fate. If we can completely comprehend the Dragonless Heart Sutra, our strength will increase. Zhang Ziren said, furthermore, the Dragonless Heart Sutra is getting more and more profound. How could it give birth to someone like Gu Chunsha? However, someone like Gu Chunsha will not last long. Zhang Yiren said, his Dragonless Heart Sutra can be used as a reference. Above Zhang Ziren's head, a pure golden heaven realm appeared. This heaven realm was made up of 8 layers of indestructible energy. It roared and descended, entering Zhang Yiren's body, transforming into many giant dragons. Yiren, at a time like this, you must guard your heart and soul tightly. You can't slack off, or you'll die a tragic death. Zhang Ziren shouted, the ancient Tao immortal's will is nothing. That terrifying thing's will is the key. It might even invade my heaven realm. However, I'm going to use this tempering to lay the foundation for me to advance to the heavenly Tao realm. As long as I succeed this time, I can completely surpass Emperor Heaven and Gu Huasha in terms of fate energy and cultivation. Even if Gu Huasha calls himself the Nihility Ancestor, so what? This era is not the era of nothingness, but the era of man. When Zhang Ziren's power entered Zhang Yiren's body, Zhang Yiren's body immediately let out a miserable cry. Following that, a black sphere slowly appeared. This black sphere looked like a human head covered in hair. Every strand of hair was like a dragon or snake. Then, the hair spread out, revealing an extremely strange human face. This human face kept changing. Sometimes it was ferocious, sometimes it was angry, Sometimes it was happy, and sometimes it was treacherous. Countless emotions continuously changed, and even time and fate were distorted and interfered with. Suppress. The power within Zhang Yiren's body continuously trembled. He used his heart and soul to form a huge prison, wanting to imprison this terrifying human head. Refine. At this moment, Zhang Ziren activated some of the human realm's power, and instantly, a golden furnace appeared. Human realm's furnace. Zhang Ziren's power was much purer than Zhang Yiren's power. This was the power of human. Human occupied the mainstream of this era. It was the highest realm. Human realm's furnace, purgatory fire, surging red dust, overturning everything. Human's Tao is unstoppable. This era is the era of humans. Everything must be based on humans. Once I successfully cultivate this human realm's furnace, the will of the human realm can melt everything. Even your terrifying will have to fuse into the human realm's furnace. Zhang Ziren's expression was extremely solemn. His human realm's furnace enveloped Zhang Yiren and the human head. Yiren, you will fight against this terrifying will in this human realm's furnace. With this human realm's furnace, you will be invincible, unless this terrifying will has the power to destroy the human realm. But it doesn't, because it hasn't been completely born yet. Dragonless Heart Technique. Crush everything, change miraculously. Zhang Yiren started fighting. His entire body turned into a scripture. The scripture and the human head were fighting against each other. You guys are courting death. The only fate for you and your father is to be possessed by me, to plunder your fate energy and be used by me to deal with Guchen Sha. My only enemy is Guchen Sha. You guys are just like clay chickens and pottery dogs. Trying to deal with my will is simply wishful thinking. Fine, I will let you experience the 9th level of the Undying Realm, the Undying Power. Even if it's just a tiny bit, it's not something that low-level beings like you can fight against. The human head in the human realm's furnace said fiercely, "Rumble." After that, the human head emitted an absolute power of nothingness. This power was simply unfathomable. It couldn't be seen or felt, but it was real, causing people to feel despair. For example, you can clearly see a person wielding a sword and rushing towards you. But no matter how you react, you can't touch the corner of that person's clothes. Because to you, the person wielding the sword is illusory, but the person wielding the sword is real to you. In other words, facing the undying power, all other powers are useless. The 9th level of the Undying Realm, the Undying Power, can completely destroy all powers. This is the difference between a high-level power and a low-level power. Back then, Tian Dao and Gu Taxian were both at the peak of the 8th level of the Undying Realm. They didn't reach the Undying Realm, but after the two of them combined and brewed, the Undying Realm was born. It was also the first time the Undying Realm appeared in front of the universe. However, Tian Dao and Gu Taxian's realms were the same as Zhang Ziren's. They were both at the peak of the 8th level of the Undying Realm, but the quantity was different. For example, if the undying power of the 8th level of the Undying Realm was gold, then the gold contained in Zhang Ziren's body was only the size of a sesame seed. Be it Tian Dao or ancient immortals, they were both gold mountains. The difference between the size of a sesame seed and a gold mountain was simply too huge. Although in terms of quality, they were both gold. Chapter 1002. Get Tricked. Chapter 999. Get Tricked. Bang. The power of the human realm furnace was unable to deal with this terrifying will. This terrifying will directly shattered the human realm furnace and pounced toward Zhang Ziren and Zhang Yiren. Haha, finally found the chance. At this moment, a devouring power appeared. It was actually F.A. Wuxian. Even though F.A. Wuxian's cultivation base was not as high as Zhang Ziren's, in the past 1,000 years, he had improved his devouring power to the extreme. Many of the powers in his body had also transformed into the immortal level 8 immortal realm characteristic. It was just that he was not as pure as Zhang Ziren. Zhang Ziren, as the human ancestor, you have the destiny of the mortal world. As the mortal world expands, your cultivation base will rise as well. This is something I didn't expect. Originally, I wanted to devour you, but as your cultivation base improved, I couldn't do anything to you. But now, you're courting death. Fa Wuxian roared and laughed maliciously. Since you are going against this terrifying will, I will grab this chance and reap the benefits. Devour. None of the arts, none of the celestials. Rumble. The huge devouring power surged over, and the first thing it devoured was Zhang Ziren's golden heaven realm. Fa Wuxian, devouring ancestor, you have been tricked. At this moment, Zhang Ziren was in imminent danger, but a strange smile appeared on his face. You should devour this terrifying will yourself. If you hadn't appeared, I wouldn't have been able to completely destroy this terrifying will. As he spoke, Zhang Ziren's body changed. The heaven realm in his body changed violently and started to crumble. Then it turned into the human realm, just like the time when the heaven realm really crumbled and turned into the human realm. The heaven realm within his body transformed into a small world. In an instant, Zhang Ziren's strength skyrocketed. He swept up Zhang Yirun and directly dodged Fa Wuxian's devouring and the invasion of the terrifying will head. This change was extremely ingenious. When the heaven realm transformed into the small mortal realm, it merged with the real mortal realm. Its power increased by thousands of times, and its realm was also very mysterious, almost approaching the realm of the heavenly Tao. Now that he had reached the heavenly Tao realm, Zhang Ziren was no longer afraid of the corrosion of this terrifying will. With that, the terrifying will began to corrode Fa Wuxian's devouring power. The terrifying will slammed into Fa Wuxian, and in the blink of an eye, Fa Wuxian let out a blood-curdling shriek. Zhang Ziren, how are you doing? I can't believe you have such a trick up your sleeve. It seems I've really underestimated you. However, that was just a test. This is just an incarnation I've carefully prepared. Die. Nirvana, primal chaos, devour all things. Bang! Fa Wuxian's body burst into flames. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a fireball and collided with the terrifying will of the human head. Kacha, kacha! Fa Wuxian's body was completely destroyed. However, this desperate attack had caused the terrifying will of the human head to start collapsing. After all, it was just a little bit of will. Now's my chance. Zhang Ziren made a grabbing motion, and the mid-man dimensional realm from the heaven realm immediately fused the human head with the remnant energy of Fa Wuxian's incarnation, sealed it, and started refining it. Invincible in the human realm, variable of heaven and earth, completely decompose, peerless, imperishable. Zhang Ziren's body changed drastically. Suddenly, the human realm's operating frequency seemed to fuse with his, creating a high degree of compatibility. Instantly, the human head lost its ability to cause mischief. Thankfully, the power of this human head isn't at the true 9th level of the peerless, imperishable realm. It's just a little bit of the aura of the peerless, imperishable realm, yet it's already so hard to deal with. What would happen if its true body appeared? No wonder even Gu Qinsha took it so seriously. If its true body appeared, it could basically destroy me with a flick of its finger. Zhang Ziren said, "Congratulations, Father Emperor. After refining this terrifying will, you will be able to control the power of the peerless, imperishable realm. In the future, you will even be able to surpass Gu Qinsha." Zhang Yirun returned to his original body and began to worship. Deep in his heart, he was very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Surpassing Gu Qinsha isn't that easy. Also, I can't reach the peerless, imperishable realm for now. As long as I can reach the heavenly Tao realm, that's enough. Zhang Ziren knew very well how big the gap between him and Gu Qinsha was. Just now, he borrowed the power of the human realm to make Fa Wuxian's devouring fail. Then, he borrowed the power of Fa Wuxian's origin to perish together. Finally, he He borrowed the power of the human realm to seal and control the human head. Right now, the human realm is extremely powerful. Compared to the human realm, I might not be a drop in the ocean, but I'm definitely just a giant whale in the ocean. Although a giant whale is big, compared to the entire ocean, it's still nothing. Zhang Ziren said, and compared to the human realm, Gu Chansha is a giant and a puddle. Gu Chansha is the giant, and the human realm is just a puddle that he created. Is the difference that big? Zhang Yiren couldn't believe it. Father Emperor, if that's the case, then Emperor Heaven and Gu Huasha shouldn't be a match for Gu Chansha. Why didn't Gu Chansha truly unify the heaven and earth? That way, he could unify the hearts of the people and stimulate the majestic divine power. I don't know what he's thinking. If I could guess what he's thinking, then my cultivation would have already stepped into a higher realm. Zhang Ziren said. However, he may be planning and waiting for something. If this thing succeeds, I'm afraid that he will bring the world to another level. But whether that level is good or bad, we don't know, and Emperor Heaven and Gu Huasha may not know. So they're very afraid, and I'm also very afraid. I think it's better to maintain the status quo. To me, Gu Chencha's idea is very threatening. He doesn't look evil, and he doesn't look like Fa Wuxian and the others who constantly devour their enemies and fight for power. But these are all within the scope of normal. And what Gu Chensha wants to do is to pull the whole world and everything into an unknown realm. This is indeed the most terrifying thing. I'm not afraid of Emperor Heaven. I'm not afraid of Gu Huasha. I'm not afraid of Fa Wuxian. I'm not even afraid of all the conspiracies, and I'm not afraid of the birth of that terrible thing. But I'm afraid of Gu Chencha's ideals. Zhang Yiren suddenly shivered. You said what's in my heart. Gu Chencha's Dragonless Heart Sutra expresses his ideals. He wants to bring the world into an unknown realm. At that time, our state of existence, the mode of existence, will be completely changed. I can't imagine at that time. What will we become when the world changes? What will we become? Will we only have a little bit of thought, or will we all turn into nothingness? This is the most terrifying thing about me. I can die, but I can't let my state of existence subvert my imagination. For example, an ordinary person, no matter how bad his life is, at least he is still a human. But if you ask him to become an ant, even if it's the king of ants, he will absolutely not be willing. At this time, Zhang Ziren spoke out his inner thoughts. Father, what should we do? Zhang Yiren asked. Right now, we can only be strong. This is the truth. I will begin to refine this terrible will and advance to the realm of heaven in one fell swoop. Then I will subdue the ancestors and form an indestructible dynasty. The pure golden color on Zhang Ziren's body became even purer and finally turned into a golden cocoon. In a place in the human world, Gu Chensha looked at the sky. His eyes moved, and the river of fate appeared in front of him again. In the river of fate, many giant dragons appeared. These giant dragons were the ancestors of the heaven realm. Even the great spirit god had become an ancestor god. In the past 1,000 years, the great spirit god had encountered many fortuitous encounters, and after painstaking efforts, he finally became an ancestor god. Of course, this was also deliberately done by Gu Chensha. Now, in the river of fate, the largest thing was still the ball, which was full of eyeballs and tentacles. This was the fate of that terrible thing, and this fate was still expanding as if it was about to be born. It seems that the 1,000 years of preparation has stimulated the birth of this terrible thing. Gu Chensha said, once that terrible thing is born, it will bring a new structure to the world. Zhang Ziren's fate also caught up with either Emperor of Heaven or Gu Huasha. However, as long as Emperor of Heaven and Gu Huasha worked together, Zhang Ziren would not be able to defeat them. Zhang Ziren thought to himself, he is actually afraid of me sublimating the world, saying that humans will become ants. I can't blame him. The unknown is the scariest. Chensha, right now, the ancestors of the human realm are fighting and killing each other. That terrifying thing is going to be born again. Many of the ancestors you created are not of the same mind as us. Even the fourth doesn't approve of our ideals. If we suddenly encounter an unforeseen event, your painstaking efforts might be destroyed. Lu Baiwe had become a supreme ancestor. Her cultivation was getting higher and higher. Many of the powers in her body were gathered together, and almost all of the heaven realm was converted into the immortal level 8 power. That's right. When the time is right, I will show up and unify the human world and make everyone yield to me temporarily. Emperor of Heaven will also become my subject. Gu Qinsha said, "Of course, this is just an experiment. I don't plan to unify the world for a long time." Interesting. New ancestor Wenhong said, "Qinsha, that Emperor of Heaven is still unable to unify the universe. You can do it at any time, and you can also disband it at any time. I wonder how he will feel after becoming your subject." "I think he will not become my subject even if he dies," strategist Zhuge said. "That's not necessarily true. In the world, strength is the greatest. Emperor of Heaven will not be able to play any tricks in front of Qinsha. Furthermore, Emperor of Heaven is no longer our enemy. He is merely our test subject," martial ancestor Martial Saint said. Martial Saint had become a martial ancestor. In the past 1,000 years, he had comprehended the true essence of martial arts, transcending space and karma to cultivate the martial path heaven realm. Chapter 1003. Suppressing the Emperor of Heaven now isn't too difficult, but the fate within him isn't simple either. Gu Qinsha looked at the many changes in the river of fate. If I suppress him, this test subject won't be very perfect. Look, that Zhang Ziren test subject is gradually catching up. As the human world changes, his achievements as the human ancestor will not be below the Emperor of Heaven and the fourth in the future. I have a question. The other dragon ancestor, Long Yuyun, spoke. Long Yuyun was one of the people who had followed Gu Qinsha to conquer the world. After establishing the everlasting world, her cultivation also rose step by step, reaching the peak. In these 1,000 years, she had gained a lot, comprehending the dragonless mantra, operating the Tao of immortality, and had already condensed the heaven realm within her body. She originally had the bloodline of the dragon god. After condensing the true essence of the dragon, she finally found her position, and that was the dragon ancestor. "Speak," Gu Qinsha said. "This is our ideal world. What is the specific plan? Why are Zhang Ziren and the others so afraid and would rather maintain the status quo? To be honest, I am also a little nervous. It's the fear of the unknown." Long Yuyun said, "In this current state, heaven and earth are constantly evolving, and there's no way for them to stay fixed. Perhaps what we believe to be true today could be overturned tomorrow. This is a truly chaotic world, and I really hope that everything stabilizes so that heaven and earth can truly live in eternal peace and tranquility. This is a good idea, but the future will eventually change. The current development of the world and the universe is actually not something I can control completely." Gu Qinsha said, "My ideal future is only in embryonic form and structure for now. It's all reflected in the dragonless mantra. But as for what this ideal country is, I'll have to wait until I reach the 10th level of immortality, not immortality. Not to mention the 10th level of the imperishable realm. Even the 9th level of the immortal realm wasn't easy to reach. At the 9th level of the undying realm, one could create heaven and earth, distort karma and fate, and change the natural laws of the world. They could do whatever they wanted. They could make the world look like whatever they wanted. With a single thought, they could make the entire universe disappear, turn it into a flat universe, and make all living things flat. Or, with a single thought, they could turn the entire universe into a purgatory, with all living things transformed into evil ghosts. It can also turn the entire universe into an immortal realm in an instant, turning all living beings into immortals. And the 10th level of undying isn't an undying level. It's a level that even undying can't imagine. In other words, once that terrifying thing is born, it can overturn the structure of the mortal world with a single thought. The entire universe can change according to its will, right? If it doesn't like the current structure, it can make all living beings, including us, extinct and create a world full of ghosts. Is that possible? Everyone heard this and asked Gu Chansha the same question. That's right. Gu Chansha said, "That's why I'm afraid of the birth of that terrifying thing." In the original world, the heavenly Tao could create and destroy all living things, but the heavenly Tao also has restrictions. For example, if the heavenly Tao wants to destroy the world, it can't do it as it pleases. It needs a lifetime of karma and fate. Once it reaches the peak, it can start to destroy the world. Just like an emperor, he can't just kill all the ministers. Even if he has the supreme power, he still has to follow the rules. Otherwise, an emperor wouldn't be an emperor. But if that emperor has the power of a god, like how a god can control his own world, he can change the world as he pleases. From another point of view, wouldn't the people think that the emperor is extremely dangerous? That he's in a state where he doesn't know whether he's alive or dead? That's right. Jade Ancestor Jade, Frost Dew nodded. The path of non-existence and immortality that I deduced is that everyone has the ability to change the world with a single thought. They can break through all the restrictions. But this ability of theirs will not affect anyone, any space, any energy, any consciousness, any cause and effect, any fate, any psionic opportunity. This is the path of non-existence and immortality. Gu Chansha finally said his theory. That's impossible. Supreme Ancestor Lu Baiwe was the first to say, even if everyone sits still, as long as they think, there will be cause and effect. It's impossible not to interfere. Even if they don't think, their existence will affect the line of fate. Even if everyone turns into stone, it's still a form of interference. As long as they exist, there will be cause and effect. Even if they don't exist, there will still be cause and effect. It's not impossible, but it's also not impossible. That's why it's called non-existence and immortality. Gu Chansha said, "You still can't understand this, but I've already touched the edge of it. There's hope for me to create a brand new situation. I can confidently say that when I reach that realm and change the world, not only will you not lose what you have now, you will even gain more. No matter what, we have to fight together." Lu Baiwe said, "Chansha, now that that terrifying thing is born, are you confident that you can defeat it?" "I'm about 50% confident. Perhaps both sides will be in a stalemate, with neither side able to do anything to the other." Gu Chansha said, "But I need to stabilize the situation of the entire world, while he only needs to destroy it. Therefore, I might be at a disadvantage. It's a pity that this terrifying thing is about to be born and everyone is not united yet." Martial Ancestor Martial Saint said, "In fact, many ancestors are waiting for you to fight with that terrifying thing and perish together. They don't know that if you win, the world will still be the same, or even better. If you win, the world will still be the same, or even better. If that terrifying thing wins, it will be a true calamity, and no one will know what will happen to them. This is human nature, and also the unfathomable part of the human heart." Gu Chansha was unconcerned. This can be seen in the history of any country. A country that is on the verge of destruction would still fight among themselves. And in the end, it is not uncommon for everyone to capsize at the same time. It's the same for a country, and it's the same for a family, not to mention the vast human world. In the past, the third move of the Son of Heaven investiture art, recorded in the heavenly sacrificial talisman, was the unity of all living beings. Unfortunately, it has yet to be achieved. Instead, the hearts of all living beings are becoming more and more complicated. New Martial Ancestor Wenhong said, "This is my plan. When the hearts of the people become more and more complicated, is the time when the hearts of the people become one. For example, when the world is in chaos, it is the sign of peace and prosperity. Because the hearts of the people yearn for peace, as long as a hero appears and calls for help, the world will immediately respond." Gu Chansha said, "Similarly, when the prosperity reaches its peak, it is the beginning of the decline. I have created countless fortuitous encounters and given countless people abilities. Along with abilities comes ambition, and countless ambitious people are born. They fight and bite each other, and gradually, the true essence of chaos is formed. When this true essence of chaos reaches its peak, it is the beginning of peace. When will peace begin? Everyone looked at Gu Chunsha. The 3,000 ancestors should all be coming out soon. You all should first manage the Yonko, slowly expand it, and continue to calm the hearts of the people. Gu Chunsha said, I still need to observe some changes because among the 3,000 ancestors, there will be some special characters that appear, and they will slightly surpass my control. For example, that Fa Wuxian devouring ancestor, he has done many unexpected things. But that is exactly what I want, and I can see the shortcomings of my Dragonless Heart Sutra. The human world is getting more and more complicated. I wonder when the boiling will reach its peak. Lu Baiwei was observing the River of Destiny in front of Gu Qinsha. In the River of Destiny, countless dragons and snakes were biting each other, and blood was dripping everywhere, representing the intensity of the battle. Every time fate collided with each other, it meant that a giant or even a sect or even a huge country had disappeared. In the past 1,000 years, who knew how many stories of separation and joy had appeared, how many protagonists had become giants, and how many giants had fallen. These stories, experiences, all of their emotions, information, and feelings had all converged into a surging tide, pouring into Gu Qinsha's Dragonless Heart Sutra. In the end, they converged into clumps of wisdom, which became the fuel for the Dragonless Heart Sutra's operation and growth. There was a scholar in dire straits who encountered a fortuitous encounter, passed the imperial examinations, and became an important minister of the court. After a few ups and downs, he actually succeeded in usurping the throne. He became the emperor, but in his later years, he was killed by a minister who usurped the throne. There was a small, odd-job disciple of a sect who was bullied, encountered a fortuitous encounter, killed immortals and gods along the way, and finally became the ruler of a continent. However, when he was fighting against another continent, he was killed by the ruler of another continent, and even his women were taken away, and his children became the lowest of slaves. There was a woman who was originally a small servant, but she was fancied by a big character, and through scheming methods, she became the emperor's concubine, and after a palace struggle, she actually grasped the power of the court and ruled for 100 years. There were also billions of experiences of protagonists, which were as numerous as the eternal sands of the universe. Gu Qinsha had created countless fortuitous encounters, and in the past 1,000 years, what he obtained were the experiences of these fortuitous encounters. This was like planting a grain of rice, but harvesting an endless amount of gold. To Gu Qinsha, no magic treasures, even immortal energy, were of any use to him. What was useful was the change of the human heart. He no longer needed sacrifices, but the experiences of the human heart. All kinds of experiences of a human world were wonderful resources. All of a sudden, an absolute power of nothingness began to flicker inside his body. The billions and trillions of experiences of protagonists in the human world all converged into the Dragonless Heart Sutra, and his immortal energy began its final transformation. Originally, it had already reached the true peak of immortality, but now, a trace of it had actually turned into immortality. This wasn't the half-baked immortality power that the terrifying Will used against Zhang Ziren, but the complete immortality power. Chapter 1004. Gu Qinsha had finally managed to form a strand of undying power. This was the true power of undying. As soon as the boundless, deathless appeared, everyone from the ancestral pagoda, including Bai Wei and everyone else, began to back up. Fear and dread welled up in their hearts. Even if they had cultivated to their level, they still couldn't control their feelings of fear. The power of undying could destroy creation, destroy karma, destroy destiny, burn all things, and harmonize with heaven and earth. It had no qualms about anything, and it didn't care about anything from the past to the present. Looking at this peerless power, everyone could not help but feel anxious. They could not help but want to destroy this power. This was a terrifying power that did not belong to this world, the past, or the future. Why do I feel this way? Wenhong said, Qinsha, after you formed this power, we're all afraid of you and see you as an enemy. What's going on? That's not strange. Gu Qinsha replied. That's because the power of the undying realm is too terrifying. Once it appears, it will change the structure of the entire world. Moreover, it can casually spread out and destroy all existences. There is no power that can block it. As he spoke, Gu Qinsha retracted the wisp of undying power. Once that terrifying thing is born, its undying power will be billions of times greater than mine. In an instant, the entire structure of the human world will change. So, you must be mentally prepared. This terrifying thing is definitely not as simple as it seems. Just a wisp of undying power is enough to make you so panicky. Then how do we prepare? Supreme Ancestor Lu Baiwes said, Undying power is too terrifying. No matter how much undying power there is, it won't be able to withstand a single blow from it. That's the difference between the two. That's right. That's what undying power is like. Gu Qinsha said, Any kind of undying power that comes into contact with the invincible deathless is useless. Instead, it will be absorbed, making the invincible deathless power even stronger. It's like pouring oil on a fire. Not only does the oil not extinguish the fire, it actually makes it burn even hotter. Actually, all matter in the world would be the same when it encountered the undying realm. Originally, the heavenly Daos revolved around each other. No matter how powerful a power was, there would always be something that countered it. However, the undying realm was something that surpassed the heavenly Daos. Therefore, the concept of the undying realm was not suitable for the undying realm. But you don't have to worry. As long as you operate the highest realm of the Dragonless Mantra, you'll be able to maintain your original spiritual sense and won't be harmed by the Peerless Immortal's power. I've already constructed the 10th level of immortality, the structure of non-being and non-being immortality. This is also the comprehension of the Dragonless Mantra, and I'll impart it to you now. As he spoke, Gu Qinsha transmitted his thoughts into the depths of everyone's souls. Instantly, these people no longer had any fear towards the undying power. The 10th level of the immortal realm wasn't the supreme immortal realm, but it was far above the supreme immortal realm. Even if it was just a thought structure, as long as it was fused with the sea of consciousness, the soul wouldn't be corroded by the undying power. When the 3,000 ancestors have gathered, they will kill and devour each other. In the end, when a new ancestor is born, everything will stabilize. At that time, my plan will more or less be completed. This will be a great trap to attract the terrifying peerless immortal. Once the 3,000 ancestors are completely born, I will unify the human realm. Regardless of whether the Emperor of Heaven and the Fourth are willing or not, I will construct another grand formation, emit the most delicious smell, and attract that terrifying thing into it. Gu Qinsha said, Then let's go prepare now. These people dispersed. Gu Qinsha was still observing the river of fate in front of him, as if he was looking for the variables in the river of fate. This river of fate was getting bigger and bigger. Countless fates were intertwined, brewing together, as if fermenting to brew something terrifying. I've created a new river of destiny. Countless living beings, tangible and intangible, are fighting each other in the river of destiny. This is equivalent to creating some of the most powerful life forms. If I'm not mistaken, the children of destiny will appear in the process of brewing, Gu Qinsha said with interest. The river of fate was also an experiment he had done. He was like a scientist in a technological civilization, constantly experimenting. During the experiments, there might be unexpected accidents that he couldn't control. Maybe he would create some powerful beings, but this was necessary for the experiment. This was a process of exploring the unknown. If it wasn't for his constant exploration, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend the peerless Tao. The outcome of the battle between the six empires has finally been decided. In Gu Chinch's observation, Great Qin, Great Han, Great Tang, Great Song, Great Yuan, Great Ming, these six dynasties were second only to the Great Dynasty. After 1,000 years of evolution, 1,000 years of fighting, a victor had finally been determined. The six countries had begun to unify. The person who had unified them wasn't one of the six countries, but a minor figure who had suddenly risen up. What was worth mentioning was that the son of heaven appointed by the Emperor Heaven, the prince of the Qi country, had been killed. The person who had killed the Qi country was also a minor figure. This was what happened. 1,000 years ago, a prince of the Qi kingdom went on an excursion. His carriage startled a group of commoners, and it just so happened that he was among the shocked commoners. The prince took a few extra glances at one of the beauties in the carriage. This time, the prince's subordinates understood tacitly and immediately snatched the beauty over to the prince. Coincidentally, the woman's fiancé had been a boy, and he had gone to the yamen to complain. However, he had been beaten half to death, and it had been impossible for him to see the prince. After being beaten half to death, the boy had started to plan his revenge. First, he had obtained many fortuitous encounters and gradually grew up. After a series of events, the prince had become an illustrious great emperor and had started to expand his territory, sweeping across the world. However, after the boy had grown up, he had started to fight with the great emperor. After 100 years of fighting, the boy had actually killed the great emperor and destroyed his country. Although there were billions of countries in the mortal world, and there were countries being established and destroyed every day, the Qi country was different. The Qi country had been personally chosen by the Emperor Heaven as the son of Heaven's mandate. This country represented the existence of the mortal world in the future. However, just as the Qi country had started to prosper, it had been destroyed by a boy. After the boy had destroyed the Qi country, he hadn't established his own country and become the great emperor. Instead, he had taken a group of beauties and disappeared without a trace, enjoying his life with women. However, in Gu Chinch's River of Fate, this brat's fate was extremely great, already becoming a true dragon. He called himself Reverse Ancestor. After he killed the son of Heaven's great emperor, he knew the truth. He knew that this great emperor was chosen by the Emperor Heaven. What he did was to defy the heavens and change fate, so he called himself Reverse Ancestor. The minor figure who destroyed the six great dynasties, Great Qin, Great Han, Great Tang, Great Song, Great Yuan, and Great Ming, was originally a low-level slave. Apart from the fortuitous encounters he had, not only did he have many tricks up his sleeves, but he also had great willpower, wisdom, and courage. As he gradually rose through the ranks, he took advantage of the conflict between the six great dynasties and slowly killed the emperors of Great Qin, Great Han, and Great Tang. He obtained the karma system, the fate system, and the good and evil system. In the end, he destroyed the other three dynasties and unified the world. Now, he built a dynasty called Great Fate Dynasty, and he called himself Destiny Ancestor. Originally, the systems and national treasures of the six great dynasties were in the bag of devouring ancestor Fa Wuxian. He prepared to devour them many times, but because of the existence of Destiny Ancestor, he always went against him. Even with Fa Wuxian's ferocious power of devouring ancestor, he couldn't do anything to Destiny Ancestor. These two minor figures, Reverse Ancestor and Destiny Ancestor, were born. Even Gu Chansha didn't expect that. Gu Chansha was like a farmer who opened up a field, planted rice, and then went to do his own thing. But after a long time, he found that the field actually grew peaches, plums, and other strange things. This Reverse Ancestor and Destiny Ancestor's cultivation can fight against Fa Wuxian. Interesting. Although it's not as good as Human Ancestor, Nihility Ancestor, and Emperor of Heaven, but it's not that far off. Gu Qinsha nodded. He had already absorbed all the experiences and insights of this reverse ancestor. It was as if he had experienced it himself. He also absorbed the experiences of Destiny Ancestor. The experiences of these two great ancestors were very rich. After absorbing their experiences, Gu Chansha felt like he had created some clones and let them roam freely in the human world. But these clones were out of his control and became independent individuals. The experiences of all living beings in the human world were Gu Chansha's resources. Now, many ancestors had appeared. The first group was Emperor of Heaven, the fourth Gu Huasha, and human ancestor Zhang Ziren. Emperor of Heaven and the fourth alone couldn't do anything to Zhang Ziren. The three of them were on equal footing. But if Emperor of Heaven and the fourth worked together, Zhang Ziren wouldn't be their match. The second group was Zhang Yirun, Hongling Sha, Fa Wuxian, Reverse Ancestor, Destiny Ancestor, Supreme Ancestor Lu Baiwei, New Ancestor Wenhong, and Ancestor Zhuvia. As for the third group, it was Spell Ancestor and some other ancestors. It could be said that after becoming an ancestor, the heavenly realm inside their body would be between level 7 true immortal and level 8 undecaying. Only then could they become the real big shots and nobles in the human world or even the universe. They were qualified to come into contact with many truths. Chapter 1005, Rebirth. Chapter 1102, Rebirth, Reverse Ancestor. Who would have thought that the world would change? You and I were born lowly, and in just 1,000 years, we have come this far. It really isn't easy. On the mountain peak, two youths were playing chess. One of them was dressed in Confucian robes and held a folding fan. Naturally, he had the aura of a leader dominating the universe and swallowing the mountains and rivers. The other was dressed in hemp clothes and straw shoes. He held a bamboo stick with a yellow gourd hanging on it. He looked really carefree, as if nothing in the world could affect his freedom. Of these two, the domineering one was Destiny Ancestor Lin Fan, and the carefree one was Reverse Ancestor Xia Chun. As the two played, the black and white characters intertwined, killing each other. The battle was intense, and it seemed like it would start at any moment. All of a sudden, Life Ancestor Lin Fan flicked the chessboard. He wasn't prepared to continue fighting. Reverse Ancestor, we can't fight. Although the two of us stand at the peak of the human world, we are not invincible. There are still your enemies, Emperor Heaven, Nihility Ancestor, and Human Ancestor. They're all eyeing us, and other than that, our biggest enemy, Devouring Ancestor, is always thinking about devouring us. Reverse Ancestor, you are used to being carefree and not willing to build a kingdom in the human world. But this is the best chance and the best cultivation. How about this? You help me build a fake kingdom, and I will confer you the title of Reverse Ancestor. You will stand side by side with me, and we will be emperors. How about that? You just have to be the country guardian ancestor and not show yourself. How about that? Destiny Ancestor Lin Fan said. That still isn't right. Reverse Ancestor Xia Chan said, as long as I am conferred the title and receive faith, there will be karma involved. If others attack the fake kingdom, I will definitely have to take action. In the long run, I will be dragged into trouble and won't be able to relax. That's not right, not right. Even if you don't get involved, if Fa Wuxian were to find you, for example, the ancestor devouring Fa Wuxian, he wouldn't let you off. You can't just hide all the time, right? You have to know that with the powers of the ancestor devouring, no matter where you hide, he would find you. Life Ancestor Lin Fan said, why don't we work together and kill Fa Wuxian first? Fa Wuxian is a madman. He calls himself the Ancestor Devourer, but it's actually the same as the Devil Dao, devouring everything. Reverse Ancestor Xiachen said, however, Fa Wuxian is even more demonic than a demon. He has used the Tao of devouring to the extreme. Tell me, how can we kill him? This person comes and goes like a shadow, and he doesn't have a territory, just like a roving bandit. Indeed, with the two of us, we can suppress him, but we can't kill him. That's why we need to borrow his strength. Destiny Ancestor Lin Fan said, either one of us can stand on equal footing with Fa Wuxian. If we work together, we can beat him, but we won't be able to kill him. That's true. Reverse Ancestor Xia Chen nodded. However, the number one expert in this world is said to be Gu Qinsha. Fa Wuxian is determined to kill him, because Fa Wuxian's cultivation was crippled by him. But Fa Wuxian is so arrogant. Isn't he afraid that Gu Qinsha will cripple him again? Actually, I don't believe that Gu Qinsha is the number one expert, because after all these years, he seems to have disappeared without a trace. Destiny Ancestor Lin Fan said, moreover, I think this Gu Qinsha's deeds are mostly made up. There are even people saying that the entire human world is his testing ground, and we are all his test subjects. He built the human world, expanded it, and did it for the sake of doing experiments. You and I both know how huge the human world is, how majestic it is. In front of the human world, our strength is actually insignificant, not worth mentioning. But in front of Gu Qinsha, the human world is a small puddle that he can create at will? That's too inconceivable. It's like the human world is the ocean, and we're the fish in the ocean. But the ocean of the human world is a footprint that Gu Qinsha casually made. Isn't the difference too big? I've studied the Dragonless Heart Sutra, and it is indeed very mysterious, but it doesn't seem to be able to break through everything. If I have the chance, I would like to meet this Gu Qinsha and see what kind of person he is in the legends. Actually, I'm also skeptical. Reverse Ancestor Xia Chan said, I've also heard the legend that Emperor Heaven once fought with Gu Qinsha, and Gu Qinsha couldn't do anything. Think about it. It can be seen that Gu Qinsha is actually not as strong as the rumors say, right? I killed the son of destiny chosen by Emperor Heaven himself, the Emperor of Qi Country. I also sensed Emperor Heaven's power. Emperor Heaven is just a bit stronger than us, but it's not like we can't catch up. Based on this, Emperor Heaven and Gu Qinsha are actually on par. That makes sense. Destiny Ancestor Lin Fan nodded. Let's discuss how to deal with Fa Wuxian and kill him. Do you really want to see me? Just as the two of them sat down to discuss, a voice suddenly rang out, and Gu Qinsha appeared in front of them. Who are you? The two great ancestors said at the same time. With their cultivation, someone had approached them without them noticing, and they had only noticed when the other party spoke. This was no small matter. I'm Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha pointed, and a seat appeared on the mountain. After sitting on it, he slowly spoke. Seeing this, the two of them were shocked, because this mountain was actually enveloped by their world force. Even if it was someone stronger than the two of them, they would not be able to move it in the slightest. Otherwise, they would be agitated by the two of them and die without a burial. And now, Gu Qinsha had casually created something in their world, causing their world to no longer be a world. Instead, it had become someone else's world. Next, the two of them secretly activated their celestial realm's ageless power, wanting to defend against it. However, they found that they had no ability at all. Don't struggle. Your heaven realm and all divine abilities are in my hands. Now you are ordinary people. Gu Qinsha flipped his palm, and two golden orbs appeared in his palm. These two golden orbs were the heaven realm that Destiny Ancestor Lin Fan and Reverse Ancestor Xia Chan had bitterly cultivated. Our power, our heaven realm. The two of them were extremely terrified. They were the main characters of this era, and they had unparalleled luck. They had never been in such a difficult situation, and their cultivation had been so easily taken away. This caused them to return to their original state. At that moment, they really could not feel any power at all. Return to the past. Gu Qinsha flicked. Immediately, the scene changed, and the two of them seemed to have fallen into an endless cycle of reincarnation. Rumble. Reverse Ancestor Xia Chen opened his eyes and realized that he was lying on a broken bed. Suddenly, someone ran in. Not good, Xia Chen, not good. Your fiancé has been taken away. Hurry and report it to the authorities. What? Xia Chen scrambled to his feet and blurted out. I'm going now. Who is it? How bold. I want to go to the authorities. But then he woke up. What is going on? Am I not the reverse ancestor? I reached the heaven realm and killed the emperor of Qi country. I am the reverse ancestor. 1,000 years ago, my fiancée was taken away by someone from the palace. I thought it was a robber, so I reported it to the authorities. But the authorities knew about it long ago, so they slandered me and beat me half to death. This hatred can't be erased. Why am I here? Have I been reborn? No, it's that Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha helped me be reborn. Xia Chun revolved his cultivation technique, only to realize that it was all gone. He had become a normal person. No, I need to cultivate back quickly. I still have my memories and experience. If I am reborn, I can still find my own fortuitous encounter. My first fortuitous encounter was in a dry well. I was beaten half to death by the authorities, and after I was thrown out, I was disheartened and wanted to jump into the well to commit suicide. But in a dry well outside the city, I had a fortuitous encounter. That fortuitous encounter was the profound Sky 9 Divine Pill, Yin Yang Limitless Technique, 7 Parting Fire Reverse Sword, Immortal Tune True Dragon Wine, Sun Moon Ghost Blade, and a Wordless Sutra. Now, I'm going to the dry well. Thinking about it, Xia Chun ran out. He didn't go to the authorities, but to the dry well outside the city, and jumped in. Indeed, in the dry well, he seemed to have triggered some kind of opportunity and fell into an unknown space. In the depths of this space, there were many treasures, cultivation techniques, and pills. So real, too real. This isn't fake. I've been reborn. Why is this happening? I've really been reborn. Xia Chun had obtained the fortuitous encounter he was supposed to have, but he didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he was deeply depressed. He had reached the heaven realm and had become a reverse ancestor. Now, he had to start all over again. How much more pain and torture would he have to go through to reach his original realm? Gu Qinsha, you knocked me into the reincarnation cycle and made me reborn. I won't let you go. In this life, I will become stronger, I will. In the dry well, Xia Chun roared, but suddenly his roar stopped. No, even if I reach my original realm, I won't be a match for Gu Qinsha. He knocked me into the reincarnation cycle with a flick of his finger. Even if I become 100 times stronger or 1,000 times stronger, I won't be able to defeat him. I feel despair at his strength. Why did he knock me into the reincarnation cycle? Xia Chun was unwilling to accept this. He was deeply unwilling. He kept thinking and thinking. That's right, Dragonless Heart Sutra, Dragonless Heart Sutra. Dragonless Heart Sutra was created by Gu Qinsha. I happen to have studied it before. Maybe the way to defeat Gu Qinsha is the Dragonless Heart Sutra. As the saying goes, pay someone back in their own coin. From the Dragonless Heart Sutra, I might be able to comprehend the reason why Gu Qinsha is so strong. Only by understanding him can I deal with him in the future. Thinking about this, he started to comprehend the Dragonless Heart Sutra in the dry well. With the cultivation and experience of his previous life, and the emotional fluctuations and comprehension after his rebirth, he had a deeper understanding of the Dragonless Heart Sutra. Chapter 1006. Playing casually, Dragonless Heart Sutra, mysterious, profound, Ghost God transformation, only I am freedom. Reverse ancestor Xia Chun began his own cultivation. Gradually, the Dragonless Heart Sutra's profound kept revolving in his body. Rings of light appeared on top of his head. These rings of light flickered, containing a very profound cultivation. Dragonless Heart Sutra is actually so mysterious. It's really tyrannical. Xia Chun couldn't believe it. With just a bit of cultivation, the purity of the power in his body was far higher than when he had his fortuitous encounter. Cut off karma, cut off all living things. I am invincible. There is no me in the world. Xia Chun revolved again. Many changes were born in his body. Waves of power gushed out from the depths of his heart like a fountain. He didn't need to absorb the power of the human world. Instead, an endless amount of divine power was born from the depths of his heart. This divine power not only filled his body, but also overflowed and began to change the surrounding environment. In short, the change after he cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra was that he didn't need to absorb any energy from the outside world. Instead, the energy gushed out from his body, making the outside world richer. Soon, the dry well he was in was dyed by his power. Flowers bloomed and turned into a magnificent scene. As for those fortuitous encounter treasures, mysterious sky, 9 divine pill, yin yang limitless technique, 7-leaf fire reverse sword, immortal tune true dragon wine, sun moon ghost god blade, and wordless sutra, he didn't take any of them. Now I know the profoundness of the Dragonless Heart Sutra. These treasures are actually not worth mentioning in front of the Dragonless Heart Sutra. Treasures are actually external powers. The Dragonless Heart Sutra fully develops the divine power from the depths of one's heart. This is true power. I finally know why Gu Chunsha is so tyrannical, Xiaqin said fiercely. He let out a long roar in the dry well. In this rebirth, I will surpass my previous life. Gu Chunsha, you sent me into reincarnation and let me be reborn. This is nothing. As long as I don't die, you will die. As soon as he finished speaking, the scenery around him suddenly changed. He found himself back on the mountain peak. In front of him was still the chessboard. His heaven realm power had also returned to his body. He was still the reverse ancestor. The rebirth just now was like a dream. Gu Chunsha was still sitting in front of him, looking at him with a faint smile. At the same time, Destiny Ancestor Lin Fan appeared, recovering his strength. Clearly, he had the same experience as Xia Chun. He had been reborn and returned. Reverse Ancestor Xia Chen's expression changed when he saw that Destiny Ancestor Lin Fan hadn't woken up, but had materialized from space-time instead. He knew that everything that had just happened wasn't an illusion. It was real. Gu Chunsha had really sent them to the past. With their strength, they were still unable to return to the past. If it was the heaven realm within their bodies, they would have the ability to reverse the flow of time. However, the human realm was too strong. The power of time and space was almost indestructible and irresistible. They did not have the power to return to the human realm. Even if they were thousands of times stronger, they would not be able to do that. They were like a small fish in a long river, only able to follow the flow. They could not reverse the flow of the river, nor could they go upstream. However, Gu Chunsha could easily do that. You're actually so strong. With your current cultivation, you can probably kill Emperor of Heaven with a flick of your finger. Why aren't you attacking? Reverse Ancestor Xiachan said with a trembling voice. Why would I want to kill Emperor of Heaven? A giant fruit grew out of the tree you planted. Are you going to pluck it and throw it away? Gu Chunsha smiled. Do we really just rebirth? Destiny Ancestor Lin Fan's voice was also trembling. It was as if a chill had appeared in the depths of his heart. I've returned your cultivation. Do you think it's an illusion or rebirth? Gu Chunsha asked. With your cultivation, it shouldn't be hard for you to understand. We have indeed been reborn, Destiny Ancestor. Reverse Ancestor Xiachin said. You can see that the timeline is completely distorted. If it was an illusion, we wouldn't be able to see it so clearly. In other words, Gu Chunsha, you can instantly make the entire human realm return to 1,000 years ago. In front of you, the human world is like a toy that you can control as you please. Fate Ancestor Lin Fan was completely terrified. You can say that I can change the human world at will. Everyone's cultivation base, including the Celestial Emperors, I can make them lose their cultivation base in an instant, become ordinary people, and then be reborn again. In any case, as long as it's my idea, I can turn it into reality. Gu Chunsha said, This is the realm of doing as one pleases. What do you think? I've reborn you to 1,000 years ago. When you were just starting to make a name for yourselves, I didn't think that you would think of the Dragonless Heart Sutra at the same time. In this way, you can be said to be on the right path. What do you want? Destiny Ancestor Lin Fan and Reverse Ancestor Xia Chen asked. It's very simple. I want you to comprehend the Dragonless Heart Sutra. You won't need to steal any vitality. Instead, You'll provide vitality to heaven and earth. Gu Qinsha said, think about it. If all living beings learn the Dragonless Heart Sutra and comprehend the supreme secret of self-sufficiency, they won't need to absorb anything from the human realm. Instead, they'll feed it back to the human realm. What will the entire world look like? What's in it for you? Destiny Ancestor Lin Fan and Reverse Ancestor Xia Chun weren't moved by Gu Qinsha. When they were sent into reincarnation and reborn, they swore to deal with Gu Qinsha. Therefore, even after coming out of reincarnation, they still had a great deal of hatred for Gu Qinsha. But Gu Qinsha didn't care about this. I don't need any benefits. Moreover, the entire universe is changing. It's me who is changing. Gu Qinsha said, all of you still hate me in your hearts. I can see that all of you think that you are the main characters of this great world. In the deepest part of your souls, there's a spirit of supremacy. However, when you see that my cultivation far surpasses yours, you are filled with jealousy and want to replace me. Everyone has this mentality, and there is nothing wrong with it. Because in these 1,000 years, your fate energy has always been flourishing, and you are almost invincible. You have developed this kind of thinking that you're the only main character. This is also what I did on purpose. In the near future, I'll establish a dynasty. You'll all become my subjects. I'll clean up the human realm and let most of the living beings comprehend the Dragonless Heart Sutra as soon as possible. They'll become self-sufficient and give back to heaven and earth. You want to establish a dynasty? If we don't accept it, will you kill us? Destiny Ancestor Lin Fan and Reverse Ancestor Xia Chun were shocked. You'll accept it. Gu Qinsha said, if you don't accept it, I'll change your hearts. I hope you understand what's at stake. Don't force me to do anything. As he spoke, Gu Qinsha vanished from sight. Looking at the place where Gu Qinsha disappeared, the chair was still there. The two of them combined their powers and poured all of their power into the chair. But the chair didn't budge. It couldn't be destroyed at all. What? Even the chair he created can't be destroyed? The two of them finally realized that Gu Qinsha was toying with them like they were ants. Xia Chun, how can there be such a strong person in the world? Destiny Ancestor Lin Fan seemed to have lost all of his confidence and power. If Gu Qinsha and the Emperor of Heaven were about the same level, we would have the confidence to beat him. But the way I see it, the Emperor of Heaven is like an ant in front of Gu Qinsha. We're just a bunch of ants. We're just a little bit bigger. Reverse Ancestor Xia Chen's heart was filled with an unwillingness to accept this. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. We're all humans. Why is he so strong? And we're just ants. One day, I'll reach his level, and maybe even defeat him. If he can reach his level, that means we can too. We're all humans, and the Dragonless Heart technique says that once you reach the pinnacle, there will be no difference between life and death. That's right. We do have hope of reaching that level. Destiny Ancestor Lin Fan added. Actually, we've benefited from this as well. Our horizons have been broadened, and we've all gained enlightenment on the Dragonless Heart technique. Don't you feel like the power of the Deathless has become pure? Originally, with the two of us working together, we could suppress Fa Wuxian, but we couldn't kill him. But it's different now. After gaining enlightenment on the Dragonless Heart technique, we can create traps. Trap him, enter it, and kill him directly. From this, it can be seen that Gu Qinsha is actually rearing pigs. Xia Qin said, once this pig is reared, we can make Fa Wuxian suffer the consequences of his actions. Then are we going to kill Fa Wuxian or not? Destiny Ancestor Lin Fan asked. Kill. Why not? Xia Chun smiled coldly. Gu Qinsha has given us such a good opportunity. If we don't kill Fa Wuxian, we'll be letting down his nurturing. Then shall we start planning now? You and I will work together? Destiny Ancestor Lin Fan said. Right now, Xia Chun, it's impossible for you to live a carefree life. We have to struggle, fight, and do everything we can to raise our strength and realm. Because the entire human world, heaven and earth, space, time, past, present, and future are all Gu Qinsha's testing grounds. We want to leave this testing ground. We have to work hard. Indeed, I need to change my mindset. I can't live a carefree life anymore. Reverse Ancestor Xia Chen said. Let's go. We'll work together to find Fa Wuxian. Right now, he doesn't have any help from any faction. He's a lone wolf. If we kill him, there'll be more people coming to beat us up. The two of them flashed and disappeared. At this moment, even the heavens and earth were trembling nonstop. In a certain secret place in the human world, Fa Wuxian was also cultivating. A ball of devouring power revolved and formed some sort of door. What a terrifying existence. Right now, Gu Chunsha is plotting against you. We can work together. Fa Wuxian was actually communicating with that terrifying existence. Chapter 1007. Chapter 1004. Using you as an example. Chapter 1004. Using you as an example. Right now, I'm still not a match for Gu Chunsha. But the only thing Gu Chunsha is wary of is that terrifying existence. I can make use of this opportunity to obtain some benefits. Although this is akin to asking a tiger for its skin, this is the only method I have now. Fa Wuxian was trying to communicate with that terrifying existence. Any expert would try their best to avoid that terrifying existence. However, Fa Wuxian was extremely daring, wanted to work together with that terrifying existence to gain strength to deal with Gu Chunsha. His guts couldn't even be described with the word daring. In front of him, the devouring power transformed into a gate of devouring. Inside, there were countless black holes, white holes, chaos holes, origin holes, divine holes, true holes, wormholes, and so on, forming one concentric circle after another. These concentric circles wriggled together, resonating with each other, transmitting a mysterious energy to the outside of the cosmos, communicating with the will of that terrifying existence. What a terrifying existence. Right now, Gu Chunsha can already pose a threat to you. In the river of fate he created, even your fate has been captured. From this, it can be seen how greedy he is towards you. Fa Wuxian's will flickered unceasingly. He had to communicate with that terrifying existence no matter what. You little thing that's even more evil than a devil. You actually dare to communicate with me directly? After a few days and nights, an extremely ferocious will descended, appearing within the gate of devouring. What appeared was a human face. This face was actually the face of the heavenly talisman emperor, Gu Taxian. However, the expression and aura on the face were worlds apart from Gu Taxian. Are you Gu Taxian? Fa Wuxian felt trepidation in his heart. I've already devoured Gu Taxian, including the heavenly Tao. I'm a brand new existence. You evil little thing, devouring the will of the ancient past suits my appetite. I can hear your call. Tell me, what are your plans? The terrifying existence spoke. I know that you will have to fight against Gu Chunsha in the end. Fa Wuxian swallowed his saliva. Furthermore, you don't have the confidence to defeat him. That's why you need to set up a trap and disrupt his plan. Right now, Gu Chunsha has injected his power into the human world and started a grand scheme to capture you. If you can give me your power, I can help you destroy Gu Chunsha's plan. Gu Chunsha, the terrifying existence, laughed cruelly. He's just a rat, scurrying here and there. As long as I come out, I'll be able to kill him. All his plans are useless in the face of absolute power. He's just playing house here. On the other hand, Fa Wuxian, how dare you communicate with me? Aren't you afraid that I'll invade your body? Ha ha! Fa Wuxian laughed loudly. If you don't show yourself, I actually think that you can deal with Gu Chunsha. But if you show yourself, it means that you want me to destroy Gu Chunsha's plan, right? If you really have the power to destroy everything, you don't need to talk here. You don't have the time to talk to me. So, you don't need to bluff here. Is that so? The terrifying existence's murderous aura appeared. You little thing, you dare to talk to me like that? Looks like you want to die. Don't attack me, because it's useless. I've analyzed the will you left behind. Now, it's been refined by Zhang Ziren. Also, the will you left in the Hongling sand is gradually being distorted by her dragonless mental cultivation technique. So, the dragonless mental cultivation technique can still suppress you. Although I've cultivated the path of devouring, I've also started to comprehend the dragonless mental cultivation technique. I'm going to use this path to kill Gu Chansha and let him suffer the consequences of his actions. Fa Wuxian's path of devouring suddenly changed and started to transform into the dragonless mental cultivation technique. Damn Gu Chansha, damn the dragonless mental cultivation technique. The terrifying existence roared. You haven't reached immortal level 9 yet. You've only transformed half of it. So, you can still be suppressed by the dragonless mental cultivation technique. When you fully transform it, the dragonless mental cultivation technique won't be able to suppress you anymore. So, you're not invincible yet, Fa Wuxian said confidently. But you should know that Gu Chansha is also planning to cultivate to immortal level 9. Once he succeeds, I'm afraid your life will be very difficult. Little thing, as you wish. Don't you want power? The terrifying existence suddenly calmed down. I'll give you power. I'll let your immortal quality reach between immortal and immortal. In other words, half-step immortal. I believe that with this power, you can cause a lot of trouble for Gu Chansha. Follow my will, devour everything. Buzz, buzz, countless powers surged over, and streams of power continued to condense, causing Fa Wuxian's devouring power to transform from immortal to indestructible. Originally, the power of immortality was pure gold, representing true eternity. But now, this pure gold power was actually starting to turn pitch black. This kind of pitch black wasn't ordinary pitch black. It was deep, a black of nothingness. It could be said that it wasn't black at all. There was no color in the world that could describe it. It was just black to the senses. This was the power of immortal. Of course, it was only half-step immortal. Transformation successful. As Fa Wuxian's power rose, the terrifying face sneered. It was full of schemes and plots, and then disappeared. After a long moment, Fa Wuxian recovered, then looked at his power and laughed uproariously. I can't believe I've reached the half-annulled imperishable level. Apparently, that thing is so afraid of Gu Chansha that it gave me such power. Of course, it's not like it's going to be that easy to control me. With this thing's help, I'm already in the half-annulled imperishable level. Not even Zhang Ziren, the heavenly emperor, or Guasha could do anything to me. And Gu Chansha is at this level. Gu Chansha definitely hasn't reached the immortal level, but I'm very likely to. Of course, I'll need to accumulate enough resources to devour Emperor of Heaven, Gu Huasha, and Zhang Ziren. Then I'll devour all of the ancestors, and finally, the human world, Gu Chansha, and this terrifying thing. In the end, I'll be the only one left in space-time. Fa Wuxian burst out laughing. Gu Chansha, you're the person I hate the most. Of course, there was also Gu Taxian. Back in the divine central continent, Fa Wuxian was supposed to be a mighty figure who dominated heaven and earth. But Gu Taxian was always above me. It was a nightmare I couldn't escape from. Thankfully, he's brought about his own destruction by merging with the Tao of heaven and creating this terrifying thing. In the river of fate, all of a sudden, Fa Wuxian's fate chi rose dramatically. His destiny had been that of a devouring dragon, and now that it had expanded, its aura was dozens of times more terrifying than before. In fact, it was now on the same level as the destiny of Emperor of Heaven, Gu Huasha, and Zhang Ziren. Moreover, what was even more amazing was that his fate and the largest terrifying sphere were all fused with the fate of the tentacles and the eyes. The destiny of this terrifying thing had appeared in the river of fate in the form of a sphere filled with countless eyeballs, each of which had millions upon millions of tentacles. The tentacles looked like dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they attempted to invade other worlds. And now, Fa Wuxian's destiny was connected to this terrifying thing. Gu Chansha immediately sensed the appearance of this fate energy. Interesting. Fa Wuxian took the initiative to contact that terrifying thing and that terrifying thing actually helped Fa Wuxian increase his cultivation base. Just nice, my plan has begun. First, I'll make Fa Wuxian my subject. Killing him won't do me any good. I'll force him to become my subject, and his heart will be twisted to the extreme by the torment. He will also be my test subject. Gu Qinsha began his plan. At the same time, after a long roar, Fa Wuxian slowly stopped cultivating. His entire body's aura was hidden, making him look like an ordinary person. I'll sneak into that lord's court again and make a move on Zhang, Yi-Run, and the others, as well as Dharma's saint. Fa Wuxian thought for a moment. Originally, I wanted to deal with the new ancestor Wenhong and supreme ancestor Lu Baiwei, but they have Gu Qinsha behind them, so it's not worth it. But that's not necessarily true. Right now, Gu Qinsha probably can't easily deal with me. Is that so? At this time, a voice that Fa Wuxian absolutely did not want to hear appeared beside him. Who? Without thinking, Fa Wuxian enveloped the voice with devouring power. But the moment this devouring power came into contact with the voice, it immediately disappeared. At this time, Fa Wuxian saw Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha. When Fa Wuxian saw this enemy, it was as if he had seen an irreconcilable enemy, but he did not act rashly. Fa Wuxian, I deliberately let Zhang, Yi-Run bring you out of the eternal world. You grew all the way to where you are now, and you can actually stand on equal footing with the Emperor of Heaven. It's not easy, but you actually cooperated with that terrifying thing to let its power enter your body. I can't believe you cooperated with a terrifying being and allowed his power to enter your body. It has seemed like you're giving up everything. Gu Qinsha smiled faintly. Gu Qinsha, you also know everything? But it doesn't matter. I have reached an agreement with that terrifying thing. It won't be easy for you to deal with me. Today, either you die or I die. Fa Wuxian burst out with his strongest attack. His body fiercely exploded, and he rushed towards Gu Qinsha. But this was just a feint. Then, in the next moment, he disappeared without a trace in the explosion, running away with a bluff. Want to leave? So easy? In this world, there is no place where you can hide. Gu Qinsha's hands moved, and suddenly, time and space rotated, and heaven and earth changed. Fa Wuxian appeared in front of him again. Gu Qinsha, you're seeking death. Fighting until the fish dies and the net splits, we die together. Fa Wuxian's eyes were bloodshot, and he risked his life again. Chapter 1008. Mount Chapter 1005. Mount Indiscriminate Destruction. A Life and Death Struggle. Gu Qinsha laughed. Fa Wuxian, if you can hurt me in any way, I'll never come looking for you again. You've reached the peak of your strength. I wanted to keep you for a while longer, but you've obtained the power of that terrifying thing. You're courting death. If I didn't come, you'd soon reap what you sow. You think you can feign civility with that terrifying thing, but you don't know that you're overestimating yourself. Die. Fa Wuxian wasn't in the mood to listen to Gu Qinsha's bullsh *t. His hatred for Gu Qinsha was as deep as the ocean. Right now, he was going to put his life on the line and kill Gu Qinsha. All arts come from the same source. 1,000 hearts are one. 100 elements destroy the world. 10 directions perish together. One path is eternal. Fa Wuxian's entire body transformed into a pitch-black, lightless black rainbow. It rumbled as it pierced through time and space, attacking Gu Qinsha's body. This black beam of light could pierce through anything, and it could destroy anything that stood in its way. Anything that stood in its way was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Kill. This time, Fa Wuxian circulated all of his cultivation base. He didn't believe that Gu Qinsha could block it. Interesting. Interesting. Gu Qinsha laughed. He placed his hand in front of him, and the black beam of light touched his hand. It spun, twisted, and finally stopped, turning into a black worm. It crawled around on Gu Qinsha's palm, but it couldn't escape. Gu Qinsha, I want you dead. Fa Wuxian's voice came from within the black bug. He was furious to the extreme and began to transform. He once again condensed into a physical form in Gu Chench's palm. He wanted to escape, but there was nothing he could do. From an outsider's point of view, the ancestral devouring art, which was so ferocious and majestic that it could devour all living things, was now like a tiny person who wasn't even 3 inches tall, hopping and cursing on Gu Chench's palm, but unable to escape. F.A. Wuxian, the world is about to change. The human world will welcome a new round of changes. That terrifying thing is about to come out, and once it does, you'll become a puppet or even a walking corpse. Even the walking dead. Do you really think you can resist the invasion of that terrifying thing? Gu Qinsha said, F.A. Wuxian, I want to establish a dynasty and gather all the ancestors. I want to use the dynasty's power to promote the Dragonless Sutra and expand the human world. Are you willing to be my subject? I can give you a chance. As long as you turn over a new leaf, be respectful and humble, and don't commit any more evil deeds, I won't do anything to you. Gu Qinsha, you're amazing, but you can't destroy me. You want to turn me into an ordinary person? It won't be that easy. Even if you strip me of all my cultivation, I can still recover because I am the devouring ancestor. I can devour everything. My Tao of devouring has determined that I won't die. I will become stronger and stronger, and in the end, I will kill you. F.A. Wuxian roared. Forget it. It seems like you're still stubborn. But it doesn't matter. I won't turn you into an ordinary person. It's meaningless to talk to you like that. I spent a lot of effort to raise you and let you become like this. I definitely won't let you become an ordinary person. You will be of great use in the future. Gu Qinsha smiled. I'm establishing an imperial court, and I need a guard of honor. For example, a carriage and a beast to pull it. How about this? I'll turn you into a beast to pull the carriage. Do you want to become a cow or a horse? Or a tiger? A wolf? A dog? Gu Qinsha, you'll die a horrible death. How dare you humiliate me like this? F.A. Wuxian became even more enraged. He could not imagine how he would end up like a farm animal. This was much worse than being killed. When he heard this, he was almost angered to the extreme. He wanted nothing more than to activate the technique of self-destruction right then and there, so that he would not end up like this. But now, he was in Gu Chench's hands. It would be hard for him to die, even if he wanted to. Stubborn fool, change. Gu Qinsha moved his palm slightly. Instantly, countless talismans were added to F.A. Wuxian's body. Immediately, F.A. Wuxian's body started to change. He crawled on the ground on all fours. First started to grow on his body. He actually turned into a dog, but his head didn't change. It was a human head with a dog's body. Seeing himself become like this, F.A. Wuxian was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He roared, Gu Qinsha, kill me if you can. How dare you humiliate me like this? Are you even human? Gu Qinsha ignored him. Instead, he flicked his finger again. A dog's leash was tied around F.A. Wuxian's neck. This made F.A. Wuxian even more unable to transform. He could only appear in the form of a dog. F.A. Wuxian, if you continue to shout hysterically, I can only make you bark like a dog. If you behave, I'll turn you into another beast. Gu Qinsha smiled. You can only be a dog now. You can't be a beast to pull the carriage. Gu Qinsha, I'll remember this humiliation. F.A. Wuxian's face was ferocious, but he suddenly calmed down. Let's go. Gu Qinsha ignored F.A. Wuxian's hatred. He held the dog's leash and said, Later, I'll find you a companion. It's at the Great Spirit God. He can also become a dog. This pair of dogs will become a characteristic of the dynasty. As he spoke, Gu Qinsha led F.A. Wuxian away. F.A. Wuxian's humiliation was indescribable. It was even more humiliating than the Lei families Lei Jiyuan and Lei Jixue, who were forever kneeling on the plaza. Back then, the Lei family's 2 brothers were only kneeling. But now, F.A. Wuxian had become a dog. He was being led around by someone. Moreover, he had a human head and a dog's body. Everyone could tell at a glance that this was F.A. Wuxian, the famous devouring ancestor F.A. Wuxian. There was another place in the human realm called the God's Continent. This continent was very big. It was almost a unique universe. Although it belonged to the human realm, the timeline and space were completely different. This God's Continent was made up of many worlds. There were many countries. These countries were completely different civilizations. Some were similar to magic civilization. Some were similar to immortal Tao, martial Tao, and even some technological civilizations. There were countless humans and countries living in this God's Continent. They didn't worship the emperor as the number one. Instead, they worshiped the gods. The emperor was given by the gods. The emperor was just a representative chosen by the gods. On this God's Continent, there were many gods. However, the highest god was the god ancestor. The god ancestor was the great spirit god. In these 1,000 years, he had become an ancestor. That was the heaven realm. Moreover, he occupied the God's Continent. He subdued countless subordinates and created a god civilization. This God's Continent was much more mysterious than the divine realm. At this moment, the great spirit god was sitting under the supreme god throne. Below him, many experts of the heaven primordial realm were kneeling. At this moment, he was talking to a few guests. These guests were Gu Tanjian, Gu Changjian, Jing Xiu, Gu Hua, Wan Senshi, Jiang Chuan, and others. Gu Tanjian's cultivation was actually the sword ancestor of the heaven primordial realm. He was the reincarnation of the infinity sword. Gu Changjian became the saber ancestor because he was the reincarnation of the infinity sword. Jing Xiu became the ancestor Qiu, and Gu Hua became the ancestor disaster. Gu Hua was the reincarnation of the calamity king. Wan Senshi was slightly worse. He had also cultivated to the heaven realm. However, he could not understand the power of immortality. Actually, he could not be called an ancestor. Jiang Chuan was the immortal ancestor. This young man betrayed the Yonko and became the lord of the celestial realm. Later on, the entire celestial realm was integrated into the human realm. However, Jiang Chuan seized the opportunity and cultivated to the immortal ancestor in these 1,000 years. This time, the great spirit god gathered all of them together. To discuss important matters, there were many plans. Everyone, what do you think we should do now? The changes in the human realm are getting more and more intense. The heavenly court has gone into seclusion. Gu Qinsha is not coming out. Many things are changing day by day. We can no longer understand it. The great spirit god said, Gu Qinsha is not coming out. Emperor of Heaven has gone into seclusion. This is a good thing for us. We can develop our own forces as much as we want. The sword ancestor Gu Tanjian said, actually, Emperor of Heaven and Gu Huasha are working together to restrain Gu Qinsha. Neither of them dares to make a move. We can rise in this gap. When the world changes, we will have the power to turn the world upside down. Has Fa Wuxian arrived? Jing Xiu asked. The great spirit god, you even informed Fa Wuxian about this gathering. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. He has already become the ancestor devouring. He doesn't recognize anyone. He devours whoever he catches. Also, I noticed that his fate has been increasing recently. I'm afraid he has understood some secret. His fate is actually about the same as Zhang Ziren, Emperor of Heaven, and Gu Huasha. If we work with him, I'm afraid it's like asking a tiger for its skin. We won't get any benefits. I'm afraid we'll be killed by him. It doesn't matter. The great spirit god said, I naturally have a way. Moreover, we can work together and push Fa Wuxian up. Let him fight to the death with Zhang Ziren, Emperor of Heaven, Gu Huasha, and even Gu Qinsha. Won't we be able to take advantage of him? In any case, Fa Wuxian has become extremely twisted and scary. However, in terms of fighting against Gu Qinsha, he is the same as us. He also needs help to fight against Gu Qinsha. The great spirit god said, I feel that Gu Qinsha hasn't done anything to us all these years because he wants to fatten us up. Now that we have all become ancestors, to Gu Qinsha, it's already fattened us up. Gu Qinsha and I have a personal grudge. He will never let me go. These years, I've been hiding. Now that I've become a god ancestor, I've also comprehended some supreme mysteries. I'm not going to hide anymore. I'm going to fight back. Gu Qinsha must die. Wan Xinchi said, I was like a rat on the street because of him. I didn't expect that Emperor of Heaven would be defeated so quickly. Originally, I thought that Emperor of Heaven and Gu Qinsha could fight for a long time. Jing Qiu sighed. Fa Wuxian is coming. The great spirit god suddenly said. Chapter 1009. Livestock Chapter 1006. Livestock, everyone be on guard. When Jing Qiu heard the great spirit god say that, he was already on guard. In the divine central plains, Jing Qiu and Fa Wuxian actually had a grudge against each other. Back then, they had fought over the secrets of the Polaris star's reincarnation, and Jing Qiu had even lost to Fa Wuxian. Later on, Fa Wuxian had been unable to recover from that setback, and Gu Qinsha had found the underwater cave he had been hiding in and snatched away his fortuitous encounter. That was a matter of the past. Although it had been a long time, Jing Qiu did not think that Fa Wuxian had let go of that grudge. On the contrary, Fa Wuxian would definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Over the past few days, Fa Wuxian had actually hunted down Jing Qiu many times, but Jing Qiu had some tricks up his sleeves. By hiding and working together, he had not been killed and devoured by Fa Wuxian. Gu Tanjian, Gu Changjian, and the others were also extremely wary of Fa Wuxian. Everyone got into formation, ready to join forces to resist Fa Wuxian's rampage at any time. After Fa Wuxian became the devourer progenitor, he had become very temperamental and could devour anything at any time. They could not let their guard down. Ripples appeared one after another. The first thing that appeared was a dog. No, to be more precise, it was something with a human head and a dog's body. This human head was Fa Wuxian's head, and around Fa Wuxian's neck was a dog's leash, and it was being led by someone from behind. The human-headed dog monster exuded a devouring power that made people despair. Without a doubt, everyone here knew that this monster with a human head and a dog's body was Fa Wuxian. They didn't know who turned him into this. This was a huge humiliation, and it was even more unbearable than killing him. What's going on? A great fear enveloped Jing Qiu's heart. Apart from Jing Qiu, Gu Tanjian, Gu Changjian, Wan Xinchi, and the rest were also terrified. Who could humiliate Fa Wuxian into a dog and even lead him on a leash? Then the truth came to light. Gu Qinsha was holding Fa Wuxian's hand. Gu Qinsha appeared in front of everyone and looked around. Everyone, how have you been? We're all old friends in the Central Divine Prefecture. What are you all discussing together? Would you mind telling me? This Fa Wuxian was disobedient and caused trouble everywhere, so I turned him into a dog to temper his temper. What do you think? Gu Qinsha, I won't let you get away with this. You might as well kill me. I hate it, I hate it. You beast, Jing Qiu, Gu Tanjian, Gu Changjian, the great spirit god. You're all useless things. You've been hiding for so many years, and now you're in big trouble. If you'd known earlier, I would have devoured you and pushed my power to the limit, and I wouldn't be afraid of Gu Qinsha. Heavens, how could I? Fa Wuxian, and up like this? Fa Wuxian howled hysterically again. He had been turned into a dog, and now he was in front of so many people. The humiliation multiplied. He felt that there was no one in the world who was more humiliated than he was. Gu Qinsha, the great spirit god, moved and tried to escape. However, with a slight movement from Gu Qinsha, he had already taken control of the entire scene. All space-time was completely sealed, and this place became an independent space. No matter how the mighty miracle god changed, it was of no use. Gu Qinsha, what are you doing? Gu Tanjian was racking his brains, not daring to attack. What am I doing? Gu Qinsha flicked his fingers and a throne appeared. He sat on it. Everyone, I want to establish a dynasty that unifies the human world and become the only great emperor. I want to strengthen order and do some things. You can all become my subjects and sit under me. What do you think? If you don't agree, Fa Wuxian is an example. Of course, Fa Wuxian colluded with that terrifying thing and tried to destroy the human world, so he should be imprisoned. I'm willing. I'm willing to submit. The great spirit god's eyes turned, and he immediately agreed. He was very good at changing the direction of the wind. He could endure even more humiliating things. Very good, the great spirit god. It's good that you took the lead. However, your sins are too great. Even if you take the lead, it's useless. Moreover, you are thick-skinned, so it doesn't matter if you suffer more humiliation. Of course, I still need you, Gu Qinsha said. So, you should become a dog like Fa Wuxian. No, the mighty miracle god's body exploded, and he tried to escape in all directions. However, Gu Qinsha pointed with his hand, and the power of immortality surrounded him from all directions. Once again, he gathered all of the mighty miracle god's cultivation base together, and then he also became a monster with a human head and a dog's body. He was wearing a dog chain, and he crawled on the ground side by side with Fa Wuxian. Those two won't repent. That's why I'm being a bit harsh on them. Jingqiu, what do you think? Gu Qinsha said. Gu Qinsha, your dragonless heart technique emphasizes freedom and freedom. But now you're trying to intimidate all living beings. That's going against your will. Your cultivation base will definitely be affected. What are you trying to do? Jingqiu pretended to be calm. Your cultivation base is too low. Gu Qinsha waved his hand. There's no point in explaining it to you. You won't understand. What if we don't submit, Gu Qinsha? Are you going to turn us all into dogs? Wan Senshi found it very difficult to calm down. Oh, Wan Senshi, of course you're in the Central Divine Prefecture. You've been throwing the world into chaos. You actually tied my subordinates to pillars. Later, I made some progress in my cultivation, but I was busy with other things. I didn't have time to deal with you. Now that you've jumped out, I have some ideas. How about this? You imprisoned Yuan Lu all those years ago and tied her to a pillar as a warning to everyone. Today, I'll turn you into a chariot pulling mount. You'll pull Yuan Lu's chariot. Even as he spoke, Gu Qinsha waved his hand, and a space-time tunnel appeared. Yuan Lu walked out, then bowed. Greetings, subordinate. This is Wan Senshi. Although he's reached the heaven realm, he hasn't been called an ancestor. Now, I'll reduce him to a chariot pulling mount for you to order around. Gu Qinsha waved his hand, and a chariot appeared. Then he waved his hand again, and Wan Senshi screamed. He turned into a horse, but with the head of a man and the body of a horse. The head was still Wan Senshi's head, but the body was that of a horse, tied to a chariot. Gu Qinsha, you and I are irreconcilable enemies. I curse you. I curse you to fall. Wan Senshi cursed viciously. Seeing the great spirit god turn into a dog, and Wan Senshi become a chariot-pulling horse, everyone present trembled in fear. They would rather die than be humiliated like this. I've offended you, Gu Qinsha. What do you want to turn me into? Jingqiu said calmly. Jingqiu, you're a talented and daring person. Back then, you were the first to rebel against the imperial court. Although you were suppressed, your courage is commendable. I'm not going to deal with you. As long as you submit to me and help me do things, I won't humiliate you. Gu Qinsha naturally had his own plans. Subordinate obeys. At this time, he had no choice but to lower his head. Jingqiu knelt down. Gu Qinsha, how are you going to deal with us? Gu Tanjian said coldly. You? Gu Qinsha said, you were originally my nephews. Unfortunately, you were stubborn and used your abilities recklessly. However, your abilities are the limitless sword, the reincarnation of the limitless blade. You can revert to your original form, becoming a blade and a sword. Change. As he spoke, waves of power flowed into Gu Tanjian's body. Immediately, Gu Tanjian roared. Gu Qinsha, you actually want to turn me into a sword? I'd rather die than do this. It's not up to you. Gu Qinsha snapped his fingers. Instantly, a blade and a sword appeared in the air. They were the transformations of Gu Tanjian and Gu Changjian. Jin Suebua. Gu Qinsha called out. Subordinate is here. At this time, a man with the aura of a peerless strategist appeared. He was an elder of the everlasting celestial sect who had been by Gu Chincha's side for a long time, Jin Suebois. In the divine central plains, Jin Suebois had been the strategist behind the seventh Prince Gafasa, but he had been convinced by Zhuge Ye. Now, Jin Suebois had become the patriarch of schemes, and Zhuge Ye was the patriarch of schemes. The quality of this blade and sword has completely surpassed that of the Endless Blade. The Endless Sword can serve as a symbol of authority for the new dynasty, Gu Qinsha said. Swish, swish, swish. Soon after, Lu Baiwei, Wenhong, Zhuge Ye, the martial sage, Chang Weiyang, Chang Yuzhou, Frostjade, Long Yuyun, and the others who had followed Gu Qinsha in the divine central plains appeared one after another. They had all become patriarchs. Jing Xiu, Guhua, Gu Qinsha said, I can give you some tasks. You'll establish a new dynasty and dominate the world. You'll truly govern the myriad realms and unify the human realm. You'll assist the imperial court in spreading the Dragonless Heart Sutra so that many living beings don't need to absorb the nutrients of the human realm to survive. Instead, you'll be better off giving them to the human realm. That's true merit, Gu Qinsha said. If that's the case, we have nothing else to say. We're willing to submit. Jing Xiu and Gu Hua knew that there was no longer any room for negotiation. Seeing that Fa Wuxian had turned into a human-headed dog, the great spirit god did the same. Gu Tanjian and Gu Changjian had turned into blades, while Wan Xinchi had turned into a horse pulling a chariot. This truly shocked the two of them. Gu Qinsha didn't make a move, but when he did, it was a move that made them feel worse than death. You two can start establishing a dynasty, a palace even more powerful than the heavenly court, Gu Qinsha said. I'll go talk to the Emperor of Heaven and have him become my vassal as well. Qinsha, I'm afraid the Emperor of Heaven won't agree. Wenhong smiled. It doesn't matter. Gu Qinsha held Fa Wuxian and the great spirit god by the leash. I'm turning into a dog for the Emperor of Heaven to see. If he dares to defy me, he'll end up the same. I've been making arrangements all these years, and I haven't used any thunderous methods. Now is the most crucial time for my arrangements. I need to change my previous methods as well. I've been too lenient in the past, causing the people of the world to be completely ignorant of my power. Chapter 10:10. After taking care of Fa Wuxian, the great spirit god, Gu Tanjian, Gu Changjian, Wan Xinchi, Jing Xiu, Gu Hua, and the others, Gu Qinsha led Fa Wuxian and the great spirit god to a space-time node in the human realm. This space-time node was constantly moving. Every moment, it would change hundreds of millions of times. Even a heaven realm expert would not be able to figure out the location of this space-time node. This was the place where the Emperor of Heaven lived. Although the Emperor of Heaven had completely given up on ruling the heavens, his strength had become stronger. He had re-examined and changed his ideas, secretly spreading hope to all living beings. In the past 1,000 years, he had created the human world with the help of the dust and sand, secretly spreading countless ideas to the hearts of all living beings in the human world. Now, many living beings had a beautiful heavenly court in their hearts. When all living beings were angry, desperate, sad, and other negative emotions, a beautiful hope would be born in their hearts. A beautiful hope would be born in their hearts, and that would be the heavenly court. The heavenly court was where their hope was. It could be said that the Emperor of Heaven had become the ancestor of hope. People placed all their hopes and wishes on the celestial Emperor of the heavenly court, such as eternal life, strength, beauty, and so on. This caused the Emperor of Heaven's strength to become more and more tyrannical. There were even some people who, under the guidance of the Emperor of Heaven, actually entered the heavenly court and learned supreme divine arts. They obtained great power and became the main character of a continent, a space-time, or a world. The human realm had endless continents, endless worlds, and endless planes. These planes also had many countries, powers, immortal sects, and so on. forming a complex and ever-changing world and countless civilizations. The Emperor of Heaven was constantly guiding the evolution of these planes and worlds. He was also carrying out his own arrangements. However, in Gu Chench's eyes, this kind of tyranny was just child's play. It wasn't very solid. Even if the Emperor of Heaven was 10 times more powerful, he still wouldn't be a match for the current Gu Chensha. From Gu Chench's point of view, the Emperor of Heaven actually didn't give back to the human world or the universe. This caused his power to be unable to advance any further. Come out. Suddenly, Gu Chensha made a grabbing motion, and a certain spatial node froze. Then, a brand new world appeared. Gu Chensha is really thinking of subduing the Emperor of Heaven. Fa Wuxian, who had turned into a dog, and the Great Spirit God, who had also turned into a dog, were communicating with each other. Now, their cultivation was still there, but without Gu Chench's permission, they couldn't use any divine abilities or spells at all. Apart from that, their every move now required Gu Chench's approval. Otherwise, they could only be obedient dogs. Our cultivation is still there. Sooner or later, we will break free. At that time, I will make Gu Chensha pay back 1,000 times. The anger in Fa Wuxian's heart was getting stronger and stronger. He himself couldn't control it anymore. Maybe he would be burned by his own anger at any time. On the other hand, the Great Spirit God's anger was slightly smaller. Are you feeling very humiliated? Are you feeling very angry? Gu Chensha smiled. However, this is just the beginning. In the future, all kinds of filth in the human world will be cleaned up by the two of you. After I establish my dynasty, I will let the two of you devour the filth and purify the world. As long as the two of you do a good job, there is still a chance for you to transcend in the future. If you don't do a good job, you can only do it for the rest of your life. For example, in the human world, the excrement of all living beings pollutes the earth. The two of you can devour the excrement and purify in your body. This is merit. Oh my God! Fa Wuxian almost fainted. The Great Spirit God was also terrified. No, Gu Chensha, I am willing to submit to you. I am willing to completely submit to you. Is that so? The Great Spirit God, do you still think you could trust me? Gu Chensha waved his hand. All right, if I kill the two of you directly, it will be too easy for you. As I said, your pain has just begun. This is just atonement. As Gu Chensha spoke, the ancient heavenly court appeared in front of them. The heavenly court stood tall and majestic. High up in the sky, every inch of the building emitted a strong light of hope. Gu Chensha directly landed on the heavenly court's main hall. The heavenly court was empty. Only the Emperor of Heaven sat on the throne. Seeing Gu Chench's arrival, he still did not move. He only looked at the two dogs, Fa Wuxian and the Great Spirit God. Gu Chensha, you finally came to my place and faced me head-on. You turned Fa Wuxian and the mighty miracle God into two dogs. Are you trying to show off to me? The sky's sovereign was high and mighty as he spoke in a deep voice. No matter how you hide, you have nowhere to hide in front of me. Gu Chensha looked at the Emperor of Heaven and shook his head. However, I punished Fa Wuxian and the Great Spirit God to let you see that I am here to set up a plan to establish a dynasty. You can become my subject. If you are unwilling, what awaits you will be the same as Fa Wuxian and the Great Spirit God. I know that you have accumulated many trump cards over the years. However, in front of me, these trump cards are as good as nothing. You don't think that your pitiful strength can resist my suppression, do you? I still have the ability to choose to self-destruct, the Emperor of Heaven said after a moment of silence. Not at all. Gu Chench's eyes were calm. If I make a move, you will beg for death. From the moment you were born, you have been high and mighty. Now that you want to become my subject, you cannot change your mind. However, it doesn't matter. When you see Fa Wuxian and the Great Spirit God, you will understand. Emperor of Heaven, you coward. At this time, if I were you, I would fight Gu Chensha to the death. Gu Chensha is not as strong as you think he is. You can completely fuse with Gu Huasha and transform, and then completely resist him. Fa Wuxian roared. Fa Wuxian, you're really pitiful, the Emperor of Heaven said. You don't know what's good for you. Endless humiliation is waiting for you in the future. Gu Qinsha, I am indeed the Emperor of Heaven, but I know that all glory comes from power. Without power, any glory can turn into humiliation. This is the eternal truth between the heaven and earth. Your power and cultivation level far surpass mine. I have no other choice but to submit to you and become your subject. Very well, Gu Qinsha said. Then why don't you get down from your seat? Yes. At this time, the Emperor of Heaven seemed to have changed into a different person. He obediently got down from the throne and knelt down on one knee in front of Gu Qinsha. At the moment he knelt down, Gu Qinsha felt his destiny boiling. The fate of the entire human world had changed. His dragonless heart technique seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation. The Emperor of Heaven used to be the ruler of the heaven and earth, the representative of the heavenly Tao. He made the rules, killed everything, and controlled everything. But the original predestined destiny was completely destroyed by Gu Qinsha. Now, the original ruler of the heaven and earth was kneeling in front of him, becoming his subject. In this way, the river of fate created by Gu Qinsha could be considered to have truly stabilized. Of course, subjugating the Emperor of Heaven as a subject was a huge risk. In the future, the Emperor of Heaven might rebel at any time. But Gu Qinsha didn't care. After all, unifying the heaven and earth was actually just a setup. Once the setup was completed, he would capture and refine that terrifying thing. In the future, the heaven and earth universe would naturally enter a whole new realm and level. Seeing the Emperor of Heaven kneel, Gu Qinsha shouted, "The fourth, why aren't you coming out yet?" At this moment, the space in the heavenly court distorted, and a person appeared with a bitter smile on his face. It was the fourth Gu Huasha. Old 19, I didn't expect you to grow to this extent. No matter how much I cultivate, I can't compare to you. What's the difference between us? When we were in the Central Divine Prefecture, I didn't think I was any weaker than you. The fourth Gu Huasha's tone was filled with a great deal of unwillingness. The difference between us is actually very simple. You don't dare to destroy everything and sweep everything away. You don't have any courage or wisdom. Gu Qinsha said, ever since you broke away from me and started calling yourself the Nihility Ancestor, you wanted to maintain the status quo. You were afraid to take that crucial step. But you might drag the entire world and all living beings into eternal damnation. Or you might destroy them all, the fourth Gu Huasha said. That's not destruction or death, but transcendence, Gu Qinsha said. Of course, you still don't understand my reasoning yet. When you slowly help me build my empire, implement the Dragonless Heart Sutra, and bring the world into a new era, you'll understand that my ideas aren't empty words. Now that things have come to this, there's nothing I can say. The fourth Gu Huasha said, Emperor of Heaven, it looks like we can only wait for an opportunity. There might still be hope in the future. In that case, come with me. There's no longer any need for the heavenly court to exist. Melt it into the human world. With a wave of Gu Qinsha's hand, the heavenly court that the Emperor of Heaven had spent countless years building was reduced to nothingness. The Emperor of Heaven couldn't help but feel his heart clench when he saw this. Ever since he had built the heavenly court, he had painstakingly built it. Over the past 1,000 years, he had extracted the power of hope from the hearts of all living beings, turning the heavenly court into something akin to the highest aspiration and hope. With the heavenly court, all living beings would have hope. As a result, the heavenly court itself was actually more powerful than he was. This was also the most important part of his trump card. But now, the heavenly court that he had painstakingly built had collapsed with a wave of Gu Qinsha's hand. Only now did he realize how childish and laughable some of his trump cards were in front of Gu Qinsha. Chapter 1011. Large-Scale Harvest Chapter 1008. Large-Scale Harvest Emperor of Heaven Celestial Court was melted by Gu Qinsha. Even the fourth Gu Huasha was shocked. He knew that he and the Emperor of Heaven were actually restraining each other, and neither could do anything to the other. That was why they hadn't been able to devour each other all these years. The fourth Gu Huasha knew all about the trump cards of the Emperor of Heaven. Because of this, he knew how powerful the Emperor of Heaven was. But now, the Emperor of Heaven's cultivation was like an ant in front of Gu Qinsha, who is the 19th brother. I've done so much, I've trained so hard, but I'm not even as good as a finger of his. What's the difference between us? I've inherited my father's bloodline, and I'm also the one who gave birth to the heavenly way. When it comes to luck and talent, I'm the best in the world. But why is Gu Qinsha so much stronger than me? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. As the Nihility ancestor, Gu Huasha was very unwilling. Now, there were countless ancestors in the world, but the number one ancestor was the Nihility ancestor. Even a human ancestor, Zhang Ziren, was not as good as him. As the first ancestor, he was still ordered around by Gu Qinsha like a child. How could he accept this? However, he didn't dare to resist, because he had seen the examples of Fa Wuxian and the Great Spirit God. These two powerful beings, one devouring ancestor, and the other god ancestor, had become like dogs. This was extremely humiliating, and the fourth would never allow himself to become like this. Although he knew that even if he resisted, Gu Qinsha might not humiliate him like this, he couldn't be 100% sure, because Gu Qinsha had to deal with the birth of that terrifying thing. For the sake of the overall situation, sacrificing himself was nothing. At that moment, the fourth Gu Huasha said, "Old 19, since you've attacked so forcefully, I have nothing else to say. I'm under someone else's roof, so I have no choice but to bow my head." Very good. It's rare for you to think this way. Gu Qinsha laughed and said, "You, an Emperor of Heaven, I'm going to make the two of you the rulers of the imperial court. Now, tell me what to do. I'll go down to the mortal court and make human ancestor Zhang Ziren spell ancestor and ancestor submit to me. That will be the end of the matter. That's the only way." Emperor of Heaven shook his head. Gu Huasha, Emperor of Heaven, the two of you are useless. Fa Wuxian cursed loudly. He was forever unconvinced and would never submit to Gu Qinsha. Right now, he wanted to infuriate Gu Qinsha into killing him so that he could relieve his pain as soon as possible. Very good. Gu Qinsha looked at Fa Wuxian and said, "Fa Wuxian, I can feel your anger growing. I want to see what happens when a person's anger and resentment reaches its peak. I feel like your resentment and hatred are the strongest in the world. You're much stronger than hate ancestor, resentment ancestor, and rage ancestor. But that's not enough. I'm going to humiliate you even more. Emperor of Heaven, what do you think we should do? Only then can Fa Wuxian's humiliation reach its peak." This was a question for the Emperor of Heaven. It was a test. Actually, that's easy. You turned Fa Wuxian into a dog. It's humiliating, but it's not the most humiliating. If it were me, I would turn him into a female dog and then let the Great Spirit God, the male dog, devour him. Isn't Fa Wuxian known as the Ancestor Devourer? Isn't he good at devouring everything? So it's not a big deal for him to be devoured. Besides, this can be used as an example for the human world. We can spread it everywhere. Emperor of Heaven said calmly. Emperor of Heaven, you animal, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. When Fa Wuxian heard Celestial Thearka's words, he almost fainted. He felt that his anger and hatred were about to burn him. Emperor of Heaven, you're not bad. Gu Qinsha nodded. This can be done. The hatred in Fa Wuxian's heart can destroy countless space-times. This hatred is no longer an external power, but a supreme destruction that comes from within the soul. My Dragonless Heart Sutra is the power of the soul. This hatred experiment can be used as fuel for my Dragonless Heart Sutra. No. Fa Wuxian was truly terrified. Don't do this. Gu Qinsha, I'm willing to submit. I'm afraid of you. Don't do this to me. You can't be so vicious. Fa Wuxian, when you devoured others, countless people begged you, but you didn't let them live. Why is it happening to you now? Why can't you accept it? Emperor of Heaven laughed. The Great Spirit God, what do you think? I'll listen to everything Lord Gu Chansha says. At this moment, the mighty miracle god seemed to have resigned himself to adversity. I will do whatever Lord asks me to do. All right, let's go to the human world's Lord's court. Gu Chansha said, in the Lord's court, we'll let Fa Wuxian suffer this humiliation. We'll make an example out of him. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Space-time reversed, and everyone descended into the human world. Human world, Lord's court. Now, there were many continents in the human world. Tens of thousands of races rose, and heroes appeared. However, the Lord's court was still the Lord's court, led by Zhang Ziren. This was because Zhang Ziren was the human ancestor. At that moment, Zhang Ziren was in the Lord's court. Countless ministers and civil and military officials were in the hall. At that moment, the spell ancestor, the Taoist ancestor, the outsider ancestor, and the other ancestors were also here. Apart from them, there was also the ancestor of magic. When the ancestor of magic was born, he fused with the ancestor of heaven, Wu Dankong, and escaped from Fa Wuxian's pursuit with the Dragon Valley continent. Later, Fa Wuxian chased after them relentlessly. Left with no choice, the ancestor of magic could only seek refuge with the Lord's court. With the human ancestor Zhang Ziren in charge, Fa Wuxian could do nothing for now. Everyone, at that moment, the human ancestor Zhang Ziren sat on the throne and looked down. He was extremely powerful now, and had even refined part of that terrible thing's will. He held great power in his hands, and no one could resist him. Today, I called for a meeting in the court for a very simple reason: to reorganize the Lord's court. In the long run, there will be too many ancestors in the Lord's court, and our government's decrees won't work. As a result, many good policies can't be carried out, which may not be a good thing. Right now, the situation in the human world is extremely complicated. Countless nobodies have obtained fortuitous encounters in a short time, and all of them have soared to the sky. Look, the insufferably arrogant 6 great empires of 1,000 years ago, Qin, Han, Tang, Song, Yuan, and Ming, were all destroyed. Instead, they were unified by a nobody destiny ancestor and formed the Great Fate Dynasty. Right now, the Great Fate Dynasty isn't as powerful as the Lord's Court, but it's still developing tremendously. If we continue to have internal strife, it's very likely that the Great Fate Dynasty will surpass the Lord's Court, and we'll all become prisoners. We might even be completely destroyed, never to rise again. Everyone be vigilant. None of the ancestors said anything. Zhang Ziren continued. Next, I will abolish the Nihility ancestor. The Nihility ancestor has never appeared before, and he has contributed nothing to the Lord's Court. He must be abolished. Next, spell ancestor, outsider ancestor, magic ancestor, and Taoist ancestor. You people are not allowed to interfere with the Lord's Court. If you do, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhang Ziren's words were very blunt, almost threatening. He had the confidence and power to do so. Zhang Ziren, don't forget that you are the emperor of the Lord's Court, but our power is divided equally. You want to suppress us? Don't you think you're dreaming? A woman's voice came from the magic ancestor. It was Wu Dankong. Wu Dankong, you're not dead yet. Zhang Ziren laughed. I thought you were killed by Fa Wuxian. I didn't expect you to be living in a magic ancestor's body. Are you trying to collect the undying power to revive? I'll tell you the truth. Even if you revive, it won't do you any good. Zhang Ziren, you're destroying yourself. Spell Ancestor Dharma, Saint suddenly said. We have to work together to stop the enemy. Fa Wuxian's fate has been increasing. He's very strong. I'm afraid you won't be able to stop him. If he devours you, we won't help you. I'm the human ancestor, and I'm very strong. After I get rid of you, I'll go suppress Fa Wuxian. I'll show you whether or not he's my opponent. As for you, if you don't submit to me, then I'm sorry. None of you can leave today. Spell Ancestor, you should know how strong I am. Zhang Ziren said, Today, I've made up my mind. Don't hit a rock with an egg. Zhang Ziren, you're not invincible. I think we shouldn't fight among ourselves. Let's work together. Wu Dangkong said, actually, your biggest enemy is Gu Qinsha, not Fa Wuxian. Also, you should work together with the Emperor Heaven and the Nihility Ancestor. We'll form a ruling dynasty. We'll all be elders, and then we'll hold elections every few years. Everything needs to be decided by the elders. That's the Real Foundation. How about it? Wu Dangkong, it looks like I'll have to kill you first. Zhang Ziren suddenly grabbed, and the magic ancestor's body began to tremble. Countless powers wrapped around him, making it impossible for him to use any spells. Suddenly, a wave of power descended from the sky, cutting off Zhang Ziren's power. This power contained the power of nothingness. Nihility Ancestor, you finally appeared. Zhang Ziren pulled back and looked at the Nihility Ancestor, Gu Huasha. I knew you'd show up today. I canceled your Nihility Ancestor sacrifice. You couldn't take it, but today is the day to decide who's going to win. Zhang Ziren, at a time like this, you're still trying to decide who's going to win. The Nihility Ancestor, Gu Huasha, laughed bitterly. Gu Qinsha is here. From now on, he's the only overlord in this world. We can't resist him. As he spoke, the Emperor Heaven descended. After Gu Huasha and the Emperor Heaven were in position, Gu Qinsha appeared. In his hands were two dogs. One was Fa Wuxian, and the other was the Great Spirit God. Then he looked at Zhang Ziren. Zhang Ziren's body involuntarily flew out of the throne. Gu Qinsha sat down. Chapter 10-12. Number 1009, the strongest dynasty. Number 1009, the strongest dynasty. Gu Qinsha, you're going too far. Zhang Ziren was infuriated that Gu Qinsha had forced him off his throne. He suddenly made a move, and a mid-man dimensional realm appeared in his palm, which he sent hurtling toward Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha didn't even look at it. He simply waved his hand. Instantly, the mid-man dimensional realm flew back, transformed into a sphere, and pressed down on top of Zhang Ziren's head. Kneel. Gu Qinsha only said two words. Rumble. Zhang Ziren couldn't help but fall to his knees. The former ruler of the mortal world and the current emperor of the great dynasty was kneeling just like that. I refuse to accept this. Zhang Ziren was just about to shout, but then he saw Fa Wuxian, who had turned into a human head and a dog's body. His jaw dropped. That's Fa Wuxian. How did he become like this? Fa Wuxian's destiny is about the same as mine. That's why I feel so pressured to subjugate all the ancestors and kill Fa Wuxian. Zhang Ziren's roar came to an abrupt halt. Everyone, I am Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha sat upright on the throne in front of all the ancestors, as well as all the civil and military officials of the great dynasty. I'm going to unify the mortal world, and everyone will submit to me. There's no question about it. Those who don't will end up like Fa Wuxian and the Great Spirit God. Don't you agree, Emperor of Heaven? Emperor of Heaven bowed his head respectfully. That's right. Fa Wuxian and the Great Spirit God will suffer the most excruciating torture and be consigned to eternal damnation. They'll beg for death, but they won't be able to. Everyone, if you don't want to be humiliated by Fa Wuxian and the Great Spirit God, then follow my orders. Emperor of Heaven, you're a supreme paragon. I can't believe you'd yield. Suddenly, Wu Dongkong's voice came from the ancestor of magic again. It seems that not only can you not be the Emperor of Heaven, you can't even be an ordinary person. You have lost the self-respect that you should have. From now on, you are no longer the famous Emperor of Heaven. You are even more cowardly than Fa Wuxian. Wu Dangkong was so angry that he almost roared again and again. Is that so? Gu Qinsha grabbed out. Instantly, a shadow was pulled out from the body of the ancestor of magic. Next, the shadow condensed into Wu Dongkong's body, then twisted and contorted until it was a mare with the head of a human and the body of a horse. Once since she has become a horse, Gu Qinsha said, now that you've become a horse, you can go pull the carriage. That's a good idea. Where is Yuan Lu? Your subordinate is here." Space opened up, and a carriage appeared in the hall. The horse pulling the carriage was none other than Wan Senshi. However, he was still cursing and swearing. Every time he cursed, Yuan Lu viciously lashed out with her whip. Smack! Instantly, Wan Senshi's flesh was lacerated, and it was difficult for him to heal. A rancid odor emanated from him. Wan Senshi screamed in pain. Compared to the time he had tied Yuan Lu to a pillar, he was in a much more miserable state. Furthermore, right now, Wan Senshi would never be able to free himself. Put Wu Dankong on the carriage as well. It'll be better to have 2 horses pulling the carriage. In the future, when we roam the human world, we'll let all the experts see what happens to those who don't submit. Gu Chensha had changed his calm demeanor for thousands of years. When he was truly domineering, he was sending a signal to everyone. Those who submit will prosper, and those who oppose will perish. Yes, in an instant, a rope was wrapped around Wu Dankong's neck. Wu Dankong was placed side by side with Wan Senshi, and was now a horse pulling the carriage. No! Wu Dankong howled once more, but Yuan Lu didn't hold back. She directly lashed out with her whip, causing Wu Dankong to tear up from the pain. Everyone, what do you think? Gu Chansha circled around. From today onwards, the Great Dynasty no longer exists and will be replaced by the Great Yonko. In the entire world, there's only one Great Yonko. All other powers must be disintegrated. The human world will be truly unified, and this chaotic world will be ended. Mr. Gu Chansha, you're going too far. At this time, a subject stepped forward and spoke. This subject was one of the many civil and military officials. He wasn't an ancestor, but a Sky Yuan expert. He was wearing a scholarly robe and appeared to be refined and scholarly. He naturally had a graceful bearing. Scholarly, don't speak nonsense. By now, Zhang Ziren understood that Gu Chensh's influence was unstoppable. When he heard his former subordinate speak, he turned pale with fright. Human ancestor, you used to be the emperor, but now you've been ousted. However, you should be fighting for what's right. Our Confucian sect values righteousness, and this Gu Chansha is going too far. Killing people is just a matter of nodding your head to the ground. If you want to kill someone, just do it. But humiliating others like this is no longer what a benevolent and righteous monarch should be. Our Confucian sect's #1 disciple won't agree. Who is this person? Gu Chansha intentionally asked Zhang Ziren. Replying to your majesty. Zhang Ziren had seen the fates of Wu Dankong, Fa Wuxian, and the Great Spirit God. He had also seen the Nihility ancestor Gu Huasha and the Emperor of Heaven bow their heads in submission. He knew that if he continued to be stubborn, his fate would be even more miserable than Fa Wuxian's, so he quickly changed his role. This scholar Li is a disciple of the Confucian ancestor. He came out of seclusion to assist His Majesty in the imperial court. He is an upright and outspoken person, and he upholds the righteous path of the Confucian sect. He has done many things for His Majesty in the imperial court. Then how do you think we should deal with this person? Gu Chansha asked Zhang Ziren. Zhang Ziren pleaded. Honest words are unpleasant to the ear. I feel that your majesty should let this scholarly go. Is that so? That's fine. Gu Chansha turned to the Emperor of Heaven and said, Emperor of Heaven, what do you think we should do about this matter? On the first day of my ascension, this person actually said that I am not worthy of my position and cannot unify the human world. If it were you, what would you do? Exterminate his entire sect, execute his 10,000 clans, sever his bloodline, behead his descendants, and banish his soul to the 9 underworlds, never to reincarnate. The Emperor of Heaven said, Supreme authority cannot be blasphemed. The emperors of a human world are good at accepting advice. It is understandable to say that honest words are unpleasant to the ear because the emperors of a human world are human and have imperfections. Therefore, they need the advice of their subjects. However, the Emperor of Heaven represents the truth and has no mistakes. Right now, your majesty is the same. You represent the operation of the heavenly Tao and are supreme. Anyone who opposes you is going against the heavenly Tao. Since the situation is different, the way of doing things is also different. That's good. Gu Qinsha nodded. Since that's the case, I'll leave this matter to you. Yes. The Emperor of Heaven flew out like a bat and grabbed Li Ruzi like he was grabbing a chick. Gu Qinsha, you're going against the grain. It's only your first day as the Emperor, yet you dare to act like this? You're not a benevolent ruler. You're a devil. Li Ruzi refused to admit defeat. But as the Emperor of Heaven exerted force, his voice came to a screeching halt. Emperor of Heaven, it seems like you've completely submitted to me. Very good. Gu Qinsha said, since that's the case, come forward and receive the conferment. Yes. The Emperor of Heaven killed the talkative Li Ruzi and knelt on the ground as he listened to Gu Qinsha's conferment. I've re-established the Yonko and also conferred an ancestor. An ancestor is equivalent to a king. His position is illustrious, and he can handle matters for the imperial court. Gu Qinsha said, originally, Wu Dangkong called herself the ancestor of heaven, but she's just messing around. She doesn't know what her status is. Now, I will confer you the title of ancestor of heaven. Thank you, your majesty. The Emperor of Heaven quickly kowtowed. At this time, the Dharma Saint spell ancestor saw the situation and sighed. He knew that the situation was hopeless. Dharma Saint, why are you sighing? Gu Qinsha turned his head and asked. I'm sighing. After so long, the cauldron has finally been settled, and you, Gu Qinsha, have won. From now on, no one in the world will resist you. The Dharma Saint wasn't afraid of death and spoke his mind. Very well. Will you submit or not? Gu Qinsha asked. People under ease have no choice but to lower their heads. The Dharma Saint said, I can only submit. That's good. Gu Qinsha waved his hand. Immediately, his original subjects, Lu Baiwe, Wen Hong, the martial saint, Zhuge Ye, Jin Suebois, and the others all arrived. The fourth, why are you doing this? After appearing, Lu Baiwe looked at Gu Huasha and said, after going around in a circle, we're back to square one. Hearing Lu Baiwe's words, the fourth Gu Huasha could only remain silent. The establishment of the Yonko, the unification of the human world, has only one goal. Gu Qinsha said, that is to let all living beings comprehend the key points of the Dragonless Mantra, even the weakest of them. If they comprehend the key points of the Dragonless Mantra, they won't need to absorb any energy from the human world or even the universe. They can be self-sufficient and cultivate on their own, gradually developing their own spirit force. Qinsha, now even ordinary people can comprehend the key points of the Dragonless Mantra. Lu Baiwe said, your Dragonless Mantra has improved again. That's right. For example, if an ordinary person bitterly comprehended and cultivated and suddenly comprehended the key points of the Dragonless Mantra, his strength wouldn't increase, but he wouldn't need to eat or drink, nor would he need to absorb spiritual energy. He wouldn't even need to rely on any materials in the myriad worlds. Just like that, he could continuously develop his spirit force and cultivate, finally achieving great results. Gu Qinsha said, in the past, my Dragonless Mantra was actually too profound for all living beings. Even Sky, Origin Realm, and Heaven Realm couldn't comprehend it. Moreover, the comprehension of this realm was completely based on a flash of inspiration. There was no pattern to be found. But now it's different. I have truly combed through the Dragonless Mantra and sorted out the pattern. As long as they cultivate according to this pattern, even ordinary people can comprehend it. If that's the case, I'm afraid the structure of the world will truly change. Lu Baiwe said, right now, it's already starting to change. Gu Qinsha said, if everyone in the human world comprehended the Dragonless Mantra, then all living beings wouldn't be vermin, but the creators of the heaven and earth. They can use their spirit force to not only maintain their own survival, they can also continuously expand the heaven and earth. When everyone heard Gu Qinsha's words, they felt that a new era had truly arrived. The rules of the universe would all change. In the past, Anyone who was born would be plundered and consumed. But now, if the dragonless mantra became the norm, then everyone who was born would contribute to the heaven and earth. If the world continued to develop like this, what kind of situation would it be? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.